You may remember this nasty divorce from middle of Tennessee, Judge Wolf's courtroom. If not, mom just wants the money. Dad just wants to chill and smoke his CBD. Both of them need to stop worrying about each other and start worrying about their kids. The first hearing is a little over 2.5 hours long. Second hearing is the same. And then the update is like 25 minutes long. So we're looking at a little over 5 hours runtime. I'll put the exact chapter numbers in the description, but I just wanted you all to know what you are in for. It's a good one, though. Enjoy.
There are several matters pending before the court, both filed by both parties in this case, and this agreement would resolve all pending matters that are presently set for hearing before the court today. And I will try and recite that, and if I miss something, your counsel can correct me or fill it in. Visitation first. Mom will be the primary residential parent. Father will be the alternative residential parent. The parties will exercise joint decision-making with respect to the minor children and major decisions, and she will make the final decision if no agreement can be made after a reasonable discussion. Father will have visitation with the minor children every other weekend from Friday at 6 until Sunday at 6, or as otherwise agreed upon by the parties. Dad shall notify the mother of his plans where he will be with the children during his residential time. Reason for that, these parties have a unique living situation. They are currently residing on the same piece of real property where husband's business is also located. My client lives in a camper on the property. His wife lives in the house that's on the property. It's anticipated that during his residential time, rather than have that in the camper, that he will make plans and do things with the children, and he will notify her of those plans. Additionally, the father will have 2 dinners each evening, each week with the children, with specific date and times to be agreed upon by the parties. Parties will each have holiday time with the children, and that can be addressed by the court if they cannot come up with an agreement as to holiday time. Mr. Strickland will have a urine drug screen on or before November the 30th of this year. The results of that test can be addressed by the court upon appropriate motions filed with the court. There shall be, of course, no discussion about the case in, around, or in the present or with the minor children. All communications between the parties themselves will be reasonable and civil and should be directly related to their financial affairs or their children, those things that are important. Mr. Strickland will continue to pay the indebtedness associated with the parties' marital residence. Ms. Strickland has recently obtained employment, but it's a rather insignificant amount of income that she's earning. So for the time being, Mr. Strickland is going to continue to pay those obligations that he has been paying. And additionally, Mr. Strickland will pay support to Ms. Strickland the amount of $400 per month. Per week. There's a pending motion for contempt filed by Ms. Strickland. I think they've elected to not go forward on that as part of this agreement. The marital residence is currently listed for sale. It will remain listed for sale. Both parties will undertake to keep it in a condition and state to be shown by their real estate agent. And the parties will give each other reasonable notice of any scheduled showings, at least with that notice being at least 24 hours in advance of the showing. Paula, anything else?
No, I have some more.
That was the end of my notes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, my client will have exclusive possession of the main house that's in the same property where the camper is located, where Mr. Strickland is staying. Mr. Strickland will have to notify my client whenever he goes in and out of the main house by a text, by a phone call. So he's just not allowed to go in there willy-nilly whenever he wants. David and Owen are my client's children from a different relationship past. They have bedrooms in the main house, and if Mr. Strickland were to exercise his visitation in the main house, David and Owen shall be permitted to sleep there. And my client will be out of that house if he so chooses to exercise his visitation in the main house. I will be withdrawing the motion for contempt that was already mentioned, and I'm also withdrawing the motion for a restraining order to continue to market the home. Instead, we agreed that the proceeds will be deposited with the clerk. And then as much as practicable, my client will be given 2 months' notice for the closing of the home if indeed someone buys it. And she gets $10,000 from the proceeds just to help her get an apartment.
Both parties.
Right, and then the rest will be
10,000
deposited.
to each party.
10,000 to each party. She will have the authority to talk to the realtor. Did you talk to him about it? So that they can schedule themselves the showing of the house. And then the only thing, and I think you'll agree, that neither party will expose the children to any paramour or any individual being dated or seen romantically
That's
by either party.
And they're both going to undergo a psychological evaluation.
And-
Additionally, my client's not going to undergo an alcohol and drug assessment.
And then as far as, I think you addressed the decision making, and my client is free to take specifically Mason to the doctor for the ADHD.
Do we have an agreement?
We're just talking about an appointment, not to put him on any medication. Now, when there's a recommendation, then she will need to talk to you about it, and then you all figure out whether it's in the best interest of the child. This is just to have the child have an appointment with the doctor because he has not been seen in a year or so after he got diagnosed with the ADHD.
But I feel like I addressed it with what language I included, which is that they would talk about it and she has the final decision in the event of no agreement.
Well, obviously, my only concern is that if you're announcing an agreement, then you're announcing an agreement. The agreement that's been announced makes her the primary residential parent and says that the parties will have meaningful discussion of any major decisions regarding the children. And at the conclusion of that, under this order that was announced, if the parties cannot agree, and only if they cannot agree, would she have the right to make the final decision. So what it seems to me that Ms. Hendrickson's concerns are addressed in that original announcement. But if you want to consult with your client to see whether that concern would blow up the entire agreement, I'll give you that opportunity.
I think he understands that if she were to insist upon some course of action inconsistent with what professionals are telling each of them should be done, that we would have an appropriate remedy to address
This is
that.
a temporary order, correct?
Yes.
A temporary order is just that. It can be adjusted, it can be modified by application to the court, come back in front of a judge and ask the judge to make a change based on whatever you believe to be appropriate.
Yes.
All right. Let's have both of them raise their right hand and place them under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Baldy, Ms. Strickland, rather, you are the one who filed this. Did you understand what your lawyer and Mr. Sanders have agreed upon? And do you believe that to be a fair agreement on a temporary basis at least? And you understand that's going to be a binding effective today? Mr. Strickland, do you also understand what your lawyer has agreed to, what y'all have worked out? And do you believe that is going to be in the best interest of you and your children at the present time?
At the present time.
You understand it's going to be binding effective today.
Yes.
It is a temporary order. And obviously there are some issues in y'all's case that are being addressed by your lawyers trying to get all of these things worked out. Hopefully you'll be able to continue to do that, let your lawyers give you advice, and then you'll put your best interest of your children first and go forward. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's drawing the order?
You want to do it or me too?
I will.
Sanders from Dallas.
Send it to me, okay, so I can-
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, what's the next case?
I don't think so, not when I was.
You have an announcement on Fambro that you want to make, Mr. Duke, or?
Yes, Your Honor, they're gonna do kind of an every other weekend schedule, and it'll be supervised at, Mr. Fambro's father's home. And, that, they've already divided up holidays, done everything
Ms.
just
Scribner
fine.
was here this morning, but she's left, I think. Is that correct?
She did, I told her I would just announce it for her.
All right, we have a motion for criminal contempt, as well as a hearing on a temporary restraining order. Are there any other issues?
No, Your Honor. I would like to call for the rule, Your Honor.
Rule has been requested. If there's anyone here who's going to be a witness other than the parties, you must go outside of the courtroom and remain outside of the courtroom until you are called to testify. You're not to discuss the testimony of any other witness with anyone until after you yourself have testified. Counselor, under continuing duty to ensure that the rule is complied with.
State your full name for the record, please.
Officer.
Lindsay Leanne Strickland.
And you are married to Mr. Strickland, correct?
Yes.
And you have 3 children, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me the names and the ages of your children? And prior to the ex parte orders being signed by the court, you contacted our office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so what prompted you, or what has caused you to ask for the intervention of the court?
Because Mason had verbally stated some things towards me, and then he posted a picture of him holding an AR in the camper, and then his girlfriend's mom messaged me telling me that she
Objection,
was.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
There's an objection as to the statement of another witness, of another person. You cannot repeat what another person has told you in most situations, because that is hearsay. That person's not here to be cross-examined. So,
Your Honor, if I may, we're not presenting it for the truth of the matter. I was asking her what caused her to be
then
concerned
you can
and
ask her
cause the
that,
actions.
then you can rephrase your question. She can answer that she talked to someone, and after talking with that someone, did certain things without repeating what that person said. I sustain Mr. Sanders' objection. You can say, I had a conversation with a person, and as a result of that conversation, I took certain actions. That's permissible. But repeating what the person said is not.
So without repeating what was told to you, can you again tell the court what has caused you to seek intervention of the court?
Because of the stuff that my son was posting and saying.
And I'm going to.
Stuff that your son was posting and saying?
You can identify those two documents.
Yes, this is a picture of Mason holding an AR.
Okay, and where was that taken?
That was in the husband's camper,
Okay, and when was that taken?
November 22nd,
And whose AR is that?
Patrick's.
How do you know that that's his AR? Have you seen that before?
Yes, he has several of them.
And who took that picture?
Holden.
Okay. Was that after we were here in October when you all entered into an agreed order?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what was the agreed upon provision with regards to deadly weapons?
There would be none available for them to be around.
Okay. And what have you learned soon after we got done with the that court hearing about the gun situation?
That they were still there.
Okay. Now I would like to admit that, Your Honor, as Exhibit 1. And then that second post there, and what is that?
These are some of the posts that Mason had made.
Okay, and so based on those posts, what was the effect on you on that?
I'm very concerned.
Mm-hmm.
With the way that the divorce has come along. There has been instances of threats with Patrick, and I feel that Mason is either doing it because for that reason or because he's serious, and I don't know which one.
Okay. Are the posts, are they resembling the post that you just mentioned about? Are they resembling the post that your husband posted prior
Yes,
in other media, social media?
yeah, somewhat.
Okay. I would like to enter that as an exhibit, please. Okay. So what else concerned you to the point that you had to call me about a possible ex parte order? Okay, and tell us about that.
There was an instance where Mason came down and asked me if he smelled like.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a question, Your Honor. The child was asking her mother if he smelled of weed. It's not a
Overruled.
Statement.
A hearsay statement is a statement that's being introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted in that statement. And I don't find that to be the case here. Overruled.
So what was Mason asking you again?
He asked me if he smelled like and pulled his shirt out, and I smelled it, and I told him yes.
Okay. Have you seen him use weed?
I have
At
not
any point in time?
seen him do it, no. He
Okay.
has told me he has.
I'm gonna go back to your testimony with regards to your husband posting content. Okay. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose post is that?
Patrick.
In what, is it at the social media or is it
Yes,
a
on
text?
Facebook.
It's his Facebook?
Mhm.
And can you read what's in that post?
If you ever get that call, just promise me you won't break, because I promised I was smiling, I wasn't in pain. Speed was my freedom, and I promised to paint you the most beautiful sunset.
And so, were there any other posts like that you have seen prior?
Several.
Can you give us a time frame of how long this has been going on with your husband?
June, July,
Of what year?
June, July of this year.
Of this year, okay. And then I would like to enter that as an exhibit, please.
Maybe 3, 4.
Back in August, was there an incident with regards to this same situation with your husband?
Yes.
Okay, tell the court what happened in August.
Me and him got into an argument over a text that he had received from a woman. It escalated. He went to his vehicle, or went to his shop, and got in his vehicle and sped out
I'm
of the
going to
driveway.
object to the relevancy of this line of questioning. I believe that she's testified the date here would predate the last order that was entered in this case, so it would be not relevant.
Objection is to relevance because it predates the order of October the 20th, and therefore could not be relevant on the issue of contempt.
Well, if I may, Your Honor, this is not the contempt motion that we're pending, it's the ex parte. I was under the impression that we're going over my ex parte
We are.
motion.
We're doing both at the same time. I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to his objection. The objection is to relevance. How is this relevant?
It supports the fact that Mr. Strickland does have, and we believe, my client believes that he does have mental health issues that need to be addressed, and it would not be in the best interest of the children that these go unaddressed through this divorce while we're trying to figure out parenting plan and things of that nature. And so there is an order, a standing order for a psych evaluation that the parties both agreed to do. My client started hers, or do you have an appointment with that?
No, mine's already
Oh,
done.
yours is already done. I haven't heard from Mr. Strickland's evaluation. And so the reason for the ex parte restricting the father's visitation is his mental instability that
All right, on the basis of this hearing being on the extension of an ex parte restraining order, I overrule the objection. You may proceed.
so tell us about what occurred that day.
So we got into the argument, and he went to his shop and then hopped in his truck and sped out of the driveway. My son messaged me and told me that I needed to go wake up Pop, which is his dad that was there, that he had asked for the gun and then drove off. His nephew called the cops and told them that he had previous incidences. He had a bullet that he had carved his name into, and the cops went to find him and couldn't, so they pinged his phone. And after several hours, the cop pulled back into the driveway and said that they had found him, and he was sitting in a graveyard, and that he had told him that he had had a gun in his mouth the night before, so he took him to the emergency room,
Okay. In which emergency room was this?
the TriStar Dixon.
Okay. And just so we're clear, was it on, did this happen in August the 6th of this year?
Mhm.
This year, okay. And then, so how long did he stay at the Horizon Hospital?
I think for that day, they transported him that same day, maybe,
Where was he transported?
in Columbia.
Okay, is it Pinewood Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did he stay in Pinewood Spring Mental Facility?
4 or 5 days, I believe.
Okay. To your knowledge, has your husband taken any steps to address this issue?
No.
Now, what what other factors have caused you to ask for this ex parte?
There is no communication when it comes to our children. I asked him if he could assure me that there was no weapons or marijuana for them to get into while they're at his place, and he wouldn't give me that reassurance.
And was that part of your agreed order?
Yes, that there would be none around them.
Okay. Now, part of that agreed order was for him to have a urine drug screen November the 30th,
Yes.
correct? As to your knowledge, have we gotten any results, drug results from his lawyer?
No.
To your knowledge, is he still using marijuana to
Yeah,
this day?
he told me he would not stop. He wasn't going to stop.
Okay. Do you know if he underwent the alcohol and drug assessment that was also agreed to in that order?
Yes.
Okay. And what came out of that, do you know?
A high probability. I can't remember the word.
Well, it's an alcohol and drug abuse. So you're saying high probability of abuse?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to play a recording. I would like to clarify though. So we have the one ex parte for the visitation, one ex parte order for the marital home being sold, and then the contempt. Do you prefer that I go over all the proof for the three matters, or let
You say you
Mr.
have
Sanders?
three matters that I show motion for criminal contempt, and then I show an ex parte restraining order, which is set for hearing. And what was the other issue?
So the first ex parte was for the visitation. Your Honor basically approved our application for the ex parte to restrain Mr. Strickland's visitation. And then you also signed the ex parte order requiring
of the
him.
home?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So did you want me
I would
to?
say it makes sense to just do all of it at one time rather than bifurcate it. So.
So I would like to play a recording.
Judge, if I may, before this begins to play, I'd like to make an objection. I haven't heard any foundation for this video laid whatsoever.
I agree. You'll have to lay a foundation for what we're about to see. I don't know what it is. So.
Yes, Judge. Ms. Strickland, you can see the photo of it. What is this recording here?
This is a video that he sent the kids on their iPad in a message to them.
Who are the kids involved here?
Mason, Augustus, and Zaylee.
And how old is Zaylee again?
5,
And Augustus is how
7,
old? And Mason?
13.
13. Okay. And so this was a message that was sent to the three children?
Yes.
In a group messaging?
Yes.
Okay. And this was taken when, do you know, or sent?
It was the end of October,
Of this year?
maybe. Yes.
All right. I think it's been substantiated. So.
I just want you to know that one day I'm gonna have to leave this world without saying goodbye to you. But I want you to know that everything I did was for you, and that you weighed heavy on my heart every single day because all I ever did was think about you. I wanted the best for you. I never wanted you to see the things that you saw. Never wanted you to go through the things that you went through. Sometimes life gets hard, and I need you to understand that I tried my best and I love you so much.
Now, Mrs. Strickland, does your husband have a problem with alcohol?
Yes.
Can you just tell the court briefly what have you observed while you were still cohabitating with regards to alcohol use?
He would stay, it started out years ago where all the guys would come after work and they would all sit there and drink. And then it became a weekend thing where they would hang out at our smokehouse and drink. And then as it slowly progressed throughout the years, it became where he would come home he would go and do estimates most half of the day, and then he would come home and he would drink. He would come home and he would go to sleep like at 6 or so on the couch and pass out on the couch. And then towards this last year, he would stay in his shop until various hours drinking.
How could you tell, you've been with him for, many years now, how can you tell that he has been drinking to an excess? What kind of behavior are you seeing or have you seen him do?
Aggression. I can tell by the look in his eyes. I can smell by the smell of his urine. He's urinated in our floor several times.
He urinated where now?
In our floor,
Which floor?
in our bedroom floor.
And did any of the children see that?
Yes.
All the children or?
I believe by the time it was all cleaned up that they had all seen it.
You can identify that document?
It's a text message between me and him.
Okay. And who sent the message first?
He did.
Can you just read that? Well, tell me, do you recall when that message was sent to you?
I believe it was in August. The end of August,
And
maybe September.
Can you read his message to you?
Well, despite what you think, I'm doing the same thing, barely making it, drinking myself to sleep every night. The little amount of sleep that I do get, so there you go. And I have so much more to deal with on top of all that. The whole world is on my shoulders.
I would like to enter the video first as an exhibit and then the text message.
And you have that video to where on a thumb drive that
I
you
do
can.
have it.
all right.
I'm going to move on to the ex parte order on the house, okay? So, what was he, in the agreed order, you all agreed that he was, that the house will be continued to be put on the market, correct?
Mhm.
So what transpired after that?
Several things. He told me that I had 10 days to make a decision on what I wanted. And if I didn't have that decision by 10 days, that he was going to sell the house for whatever he could and auction off everything else. The last couple of days before this was filed, he told me that he was selling it to Mark Spain for whatever they offered him, and that they were sending an appraiser out to appraise it, and he was going to accept their offer.
And was there an appraisal done of that
Yes.
house? And so when did that happen? You recall?
I don't know the exact date. It was here recently.
Within this December or?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was the appraiser, do you know?
Her name was Carrie. That's all I know.
Does he work for Mark Spain or?
Mark Spain sent her, is what that's in a message, that's what he told me, that she worked for Mark Spain.
That your husband told you?
Yes.
Okay. And all these executive decisions that he was making, was he asking for your opinion on this?
Not at all.
Okay. To your knowledge, is the house still on the market?
The last time I checked, it was not.
Okay. Did he consult with you on, hey, we're not gonna follow the agreed order, I'm just gonna take it off the market?
He told me once that, before all of the other, he told me that he had decided to keep the property and that he was gonna buy me out.
Okay.
And then it switched back to being sold again, so.
Okay. And that's not in the agreed order,
No.
correct? Okay. And again, we have asked for the ex parte order because of this issue. What type of behavior were you observing from him to, to make you feel so concerned about this?
Because he keeps pressuring me, and it's all about me he wants me to tell him what I want. And since I don't do that, he threatens to shut off everything and to sell the house for what pay off and auction everything else off.
Okay.
And, I don't have anywhere else to go, and he doesn't communicate with me on it, so.
Well, at this point in time, are you in the position to make a decision? Do you have all the information you need to make a decision on property division in this case?
No, I have none.
And you're still in the process of discovery, correct? And then you testify that your husband was trying to pressure you into just.
He has from the time all of this started,
Okay.
almost every day.
And does that concern you as to, him just making a decision on his own about the house?
Yes, he will.
Okay. And is it your request from the court to basically continue this order to where he will need to ask the court's permission before he even accepts an offer?
Yes.
Does he discuss with you any offers at all?
No.
Okay.
And I've tried, it was put in the order that I was to be able to communicate with the realtor, and I have not been able to contact her. I've tried calling, I've left her text messages, I've left her voicemails, and have not heard from her once.
Okay. So you haven't been given any access despite of the agreed order that you're going to be
Yes.
given? Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to go back to the ex parte on his visitation. Is it your goal to prevent him from having visitations with the children?
Absolutely not. For years, I've been begging him to be that father that they need.
After we got this order, was there any opportunity for him to see the children? Did he try to see the children?
Yeah. Well, since we've gotten this
After
one.
the order, yes.
No, he told me that he was given a restraining order and he was not allowed to see them. I told him that was false. It was restrained to keep him from taking them out of my care. And that Gus wanted to come up there and give him a hug. And he said that he couldn't do that because he wasn't allowed to, that he had talked to his lawyer and the officer that brought him the thing, and they said that he couldn't come, is what he told me. I have last week, Gus asked again if he could go up there and give him a hug. So I texted him and said, Gus wants to give you a hug. And he said, it's your world, you can do whatever. And so I took Mason and Gus up there and he gave them a hug.
Okay. And so, as you've testified, the order does not prevent him from seeing the children, correct?
No, it does
and
not.
you reiterated that to him.
I did.
And I also reiterated that to his attorney, correct?
Yes.
And despite that, he just did not made any effort
Mm-mm,
to see the children after the order, correct?
correct.
Okay. Well, as far as the visitation is concerned, what are you requesting from the court?
I need to know that he is doing his part on the drug and alcohol and the psych evaluation, and that he's putting out effort to try to do the right thing to see his kids,
Okay.
to be a part of their life without all of the unnecessary involved in it.
Okay. You testified earlier, the picture was taken in his camper,
Yes.
correct? And the marijuana use, does that predominantly happen in the camper as well?
Yes.
Would you be comfortable if his visitation occur at the main house and he be prohibited
Yes.
from doing it in the camper? Okay. Would you be okay with him having overnight visits in the main house, the big house?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as he agrees not to have the marijuana there.
Correct. Okay, I'm going to move on to the petition for contempt, okay? So, Mr. Strickland, what was he doing that was in violation of the orders in this matter?
He's several times he has said stuff to, right after our court date on October 20th, he went and told David that I was trying to do everything I can to take his kids away from him.
And that was recorded, correct?
Yes.
That was right after we came out of the court.
Yes.
And right after he got served with a complaint and a restraining order, correct?
Yes.
So I would like to play, I'm not gonna play it, but you will need to identify it.
Okay.
Is this audio or video?
A video, Judge.
Can you identify that recording?
Yes, it's one I took on October 20th.
And was that the day that we were here, right after
Yes,
the
right
hearing?
after we got there, back to the house.
And who are going to be in that recording?
It will be Patrick, David, my oldest, and then Mason.
Mason is the 13-year-old?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. Because your mother is trying to do everything against me, including my children. And I'm not getting another lawsuit or that I'm letting you do donuts in the driveway or that. I'm sorry. Okay? And I'm sorry that you feel the way you feel. But one day you're gonna look back and you're gonna be like, oh, I was real different. You keep doing what you're doing, but you gotta follow the rules, the court order. You understand that? You have to follow the rules, and I just told you that you can't drive around the property. You don't have to drive it. When you get your driver's license, then you can drive it on the road. You gotta put it in work.
Okay, so who was in the driver's seat?
David.
And David is your son, not with Mr. Strickland, correct?
Correct.
But you do have the other child, Mason,
Yes.
correct? Who was listening to all of this?
Yes, he was standing right behind me.
Where the divorce proceedings were being discussed. Is
Right.
that correct? Okay. And then you already talked about the marijuana and then the rifle. So the last allegation here on your contempt is selling of items. What, can you go over the items that your husband sold?
He sold a Suburban. He sold an excavator. which is a machine for the company. And he sold another one of the machines.
And this was after you filed for divorce and he was served, correct?
Yes, after
And
our-
after the hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
Did he talk to you about selling this personal properties prior to him selling them?
No, he told me he was going to sell them. And he
Okay.
told me that he was selling them to pay bills.
Okay. Well, did he purchase anything after that?
Yes, he bought him another vehicle.
Okay. So he told you he was selling them to pay for bills, but then he turns around and bought a vehicle.
Yes.
What type of vehicle was it, you know?
I'm not 100% sure. It's it's an SUV.
It's an
of some
SUV.
sort, just like an expedition.
And then I do have another video on that. Can you identify that video, please?
Yes, this is the day that he sold the machine that he is loading up.
And who was taking that video?
I was.
I'm selling everything.
Well, you can't.
Yes, I can. As
Why?
long as I give you half the money, I can sell whatever I.
Did we hear him say he can sell whatever he wants? Basically?
Yes.
This is after y'all entered into an agreed order.
Yes.
Correct? Now, have you seen the money that were exchanged, that was exchanged on the Suburban, the excavator, and the horse trailer?
I haven't seen anything. He told me he would give me the bill of sale, and I have not seen those either.
Okay. Was there anything else that he sold after these 3 items?
There's 2 machines that he sold.
Well, do you know the type of machine?
Not at the moment. I can't think of it.
Okay. Do you know how much he sold them for?
I do not.
There were 2 machines.
Mm-hmm.
Were these machines used for his business?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is he still operating the tree cutting business?
As far as I know, he is. He told me that he shut it down, but I know that they've worked this last week.
Okay. That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Sanders, you may cross-examine. Ms. Hutchinson, did you want to make exhibits of those videos as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the next exhibit to be filed? Are all of them on one thumb drive?
Yes.
Just to show that they'll be all marked on this next exhibit in order, but we'll show them all on one thumb drive.
Ms. Strickland, looking back at the exhibits here that have been entered, exhibit number 1 here, it's a picture of,
Mason,
he's wearing some sort of mask, but you're confident that's Mason?
100%.
And I see that photograph there is dated November the 22nd. But do you know when that photograph was taken?
It was December 22nd.
How do you know that?
Because he posted it on Snapchat, and Snapchat, your stuff deletes after so long.
Well, but isn't it true that on Snapchat, one can post a picture that they've taken previously?
Possibly.
Okay. Is it possible that he did that?
No, he told me when that happened, because I talked to him about that picture.
And he wouldn't lie to you?
No.
Do you know who was home when this picture was taken?
No.
You don't know? Is it possible that he just went into the camper?
No, he was staying up there because Holden was there.
Now, tell the court, if you would, the living situation out there on your property. There is a home, correct?
Correct.
A marital home, and that's where you're currently living with your children.
Correct.
And then there's also a camper on the property where Mr. Strickland is staying.
Correct.
In addition to that, he has a shop building where cars and different things like that are stored.
We have a freezer in there with meat and everything's there, yeah.
And since you all have been married, everything that you all own is owned by Mr. Strickland's business, correct?
He has it in, most everything is in the business's name.
So the house that you all own, your property, your land, who owns that land?
We do.
And what's the name on the deed?
Music City Tree Service.
Okay.
Pull that microphone a little closer, the base of it. You don't have to scoot up. There you go. Repeat your answer. Who owns the property?
Music City Tree Service.
And that is an LLC that is owned and operated by your husband, correct?
As far as yeah.
And you all have a banking account that is also in the name of his business,
Yes.
correct? Where is that bank account?
Regions.
And is that where all the money that is made gets deposited? As far as you know?
I mean, it's supposed to.
And is that how all the bills are paid, out of that account?
Most of them.
Okay. And you don't earn any income, do you? You don't work?
Right now, I do.
You do work. Where do you work?
I work for a cleaning service.
And are you contributing toward any of the household bills?
No.
Mr. Strickland pays everything right now, correct?
Other than whatever I can afford, like gas and stuff for the kids.
But he pays your car note, insurance, health insurance, house note, mortgage, everything?
Yes.
Okay. What did you call this gun that your son's holding?
An AR.
And what makes you think it's an AR?
Because the way it looks.
Okay, is it just because it's black?
It's an AR.
You're confident of that? Okay. Are you aware that it's a deer rifle? I mean, it's black, it looks tactical, but do you know that it's a AR-15?
Yeah.
Okay. Exhibit 2 here that you entered, who are these other people that are in these images?
They're just on the meme that was posted.
So this is your son sharing memes?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit 3 here was a post made by your husband, Mr. Strickland, and it's got the name J.J. Kilpatrick there at the top. Who is J.J. Kilpatrick?
The person that made the post.
This is a meme.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming it was set to music because it has a play button. And your husband shared a meme on some social media account that he has? Okay. Now, Mason, your son, have the two of you had problems, you and Mason, recently?
He has, I wouldn't say that me and him have problems. He has behavioral problems with his little brother and his older brother.
Well, in fact, you've asked him to leave your house, the big house, and go and stay with his father, which he's done, correct?
No.
And in
That's all.
fact, he was staying with his father when you got the restraining order.
He was staying with his father when I got the restraining order. That's not how that happened.
You were upset that Mason wanted to live with his father,
Nope,
and in retaliation sought a restraining order. isn't that
absolutely
correct?
not. Nope.
But Mason, Mason was living with his father when the restraining order was sought and received,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And how long had Mason been living with his father?
He sent me a message on November 19th telling me he was going to go stay with his dad because Holden was there. And I told him, okay,
And Holden
is his biological that got adopted.
Hey, you mentioned your husband with the marijuana. Do you know what product is that your husband uses?
I do.
What is that?
He gets it from Perfect Plant, but he also buys it from another guy that's not legal.
So what is Perfect Plant?
All I know is what he's told me.
Is it a place where you can purchase legal cannabis products?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen your husband in possession of that and he's
Yes.
told you about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The video that you introduced, I think that was, I don't know, how did we number that, Ms. Lynn? It was the first video. Are they all together?
They're all on one stick, but we have,
That's what she said. Okay. That first video where we can hear a voice talking and you said it was sent through some sort of group messaging. Whose voice were we hearing?
It's another one of the social media videos.
So those weren't.
It was not his voice,
Not
no.
his voice. He was sharing something that someone else had written. Okay. How much money do you earn?
This month I've made $350 something dollars.
Is there a reason why you don't get a job?
I have a job.
A job that pays more than $350 a month?
Well, so this month, I've had a kid with COVID. I've had a kid with strep throat, and we've had the stomach bug,
Okay.
which has prevented me from working.
What about the month before?
The month before, it was better.
What
I
did
worked
you make
more,
last month?
like 13 or 14 maybe.
And what bills did you pay with that?
I paid, I bought food, I bought gas, I bought the kids new shoes, the two little ones new shoes, and I bought them some winter clothes.
Because right now, Mr. Strickland pays all the bills, correct?
Correct.
Cell phone, cable, everything.
There's no cable. I pay my own Netflix,
And then he additionally gives you how much money?
400
$400 per what?
week.
Per week.
Well, I'm gonna object with the line of questioning. It's not relevant to the ex parte motions and the contempt motion. There's no relationship to living expenses between the parties.
how is it relevant, Mr.?
It will become relevant when the court hears from my client about these assets that were sold and from his perspective, why it came
Overrule
to
the
that.
objection, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
So your house, according to what you know, is not listed for sale right now?
Right.
Who was your real estate agent?
Her name was Leslie.
Okay. But as of now, it's not listed on the market as far as you know?
No, not that I know of.
Were you required to keep the house in a condition to be shown?
Yes, with a 24-hour notice.
Okay. And would you agree that during parts of this time, the house has been in a condition that it would not be appropriate for showing?
There, since the 20th that we have came in, there is, the 24 hours is plenty of time to clean up what he's saying isn't showable.
Are you aware that Mr. Strickland cleaned the house during one of the stays when he was there visiting with the children?
Yeah.
You're
I mean,
aware of that?
I'm assuming he did. I didn't see him do it, but
Well, it was dirty when you left and it was clean when you got back and he had been there.
I don't know what you mean by dirty, because do you have pictures of dirty?
Yes.
Okay, can I see them? Because
Well,
when I left in the morning, I had 30 minutes from putting the kids on the bus to the time I had to go to work. So I ran that 30 minutes doing everything I possibly could to make sure that it was clean by the time he came in that night, because I know he comes in and he takes pictures of everything.
you showed a video of your husband talking to someone in a Bronco.
Yes,
He was talking to who?
David.
David. And I heard him saying something about you can't drive around the yard, or what was that about?
He used to let David drive that Bronco, telling him he needed to drive it. And now, since all of this is going on between me and him, David's not allowed to do any of that anymore.
So he was telling him about not driving the Bronco around?
Yes.
And David is your son, but not y'all's son together, correct?
Not biologically, no.
Well, Mr. Strickland, has he asked you what it is that you want?
Yes, multiple times.
Has he offered to let's just sell the house and you can have the money?
Yes, but I don't trust him. He's told me multiple things. This isn't the last year we were getting a divorce too. He told me that I could have that equity in the house. It was $100,000. I could have the equity as long as I take that and leave in my car and my grandma's truck. Well, when we got back together, I found out that, oh, I'm going to list the house for $1.2 million. I lied to you about how much the house was worth. He keeps me out of all the business deals. He put everything in the business's name, so I wouldn't know anything. I'm not on the business account. So how am I supposed to trust anything he tells me?
That's all right, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, these are all his guns that he removed from the property.
And how many guns does he have, do you know?
No, I know he had 2 huge safes full of them.
Are they in the camper?
Some of them were.
So the AR is not the only weapon
No.
that he would have in the camper.
No, he carries a little handgun on his side at all times. And I'm sure that's there also. And then a couple of these, I don't know guns, so.
About how many guns are in that photo there?
10 maybe?
Okay. And is that all of the guns, or
No.
is that part of his
No,
collection?
that's just part of it.
Okay. And so at any given point in time when any of the children are in the camper, would they be exposed to some type of weapon?
If he still carries the handgun around, yes. It used to be an issue. He would come in at nighttime and lay it on the kitchen counter, and I would pick it up and put it in a cabinet up high, and he would get mad at me and say that there was no sense in that because our kids know how to handle guns and they know gun safety.
Okay. And again, you have a 6-year-old, correct?
A 5 and a 7.
A 5 and a 7, then a 13-year-old. And I'm gonna go to the LLC situation. So the LLC, who is the sole member of this LLC?
Patrick.
Who is the sole operator of this LLC?
Patrick.
And so who is making all the decisions as far as finances in this LLC?
He does.
As far as you know, the 2022 income tax, how did he file his income tax?
I think, I think it's sole proprietor. He filed it, as far as what I understood, the accountant telling me, he filed as a sole proprietor.
Okay, not an LLC, but a sole proprietor.
Right.
Okay. The LLC, when was that established? Was it during the marriage or after the
Yes.
marriage? During the marriage?
During.
Did you work for the LLC at some point?
I wrote payroll for a while. And when it was time to do the taxes, I would add up all his receipts and stuff.
Okay, so you
And I did a little
work for the LLC?
Yes, I did. I was a secretary for a little while.
Okay. As far as the bank accounts, you were asked about that.
Mhm.
As far as you know, are there any other bank accounts aside from the LLC's bank account?
Yeah, I know he has a personal account. He used to have a savings account last year. I don't know if he closed that down or not. And he used to have a Pinnacle account that's closed off. I know he's got Venmo and Cash App, and he's been paid through those before.
And do you have access to any of these bank accounts?
No.
Okay.
The Pinnacle account, I had a card to, and when I needed money, I would ask him for money and he would put it in there. I couldn't go into the bank and find out anything about the account. The Regions account I was on for the time that I was writing checks, so I could sign the checks.
Okay.
But I couldn't make changes or any of that with that account. I was just a
That's
signer.
when you were working for the LLC. Okay. You were asked about your job situation.
Mhm.
Was it your sole decision to be a stay-home mom
No,
prior to you working now?
we couldn't afford to pay for daycare.
Okay. And so on top of the 3 children that you have with Mr. Strickland, you also have your 3 other children,
2.
correct? I'm sorry, 2.
Mhm.
Okay. And soon after you filed for the divorce, you started looking for a job, correct?
Yes.
And what is your education?
I graduated high school.
High school. Okay. And do you plan to advance your career at some point?
Yeah, eventually.
Okay. Was it agreed in the order that he was gonna pay all of the bills as he has been
Yes.
doing?
Yes.
And you were gonna get $400 a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he agreed to do that, correct? Okay. And then as far as Mason wanting to live with Mr. Strickland, did you say that it was because Holden, Mr. Strickland, other son, was there visiting? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason he's saying that is because the Mason was cussing me, and I told him if he was going to treat me like his dad, that he could go stay in the camper with his dad if he wanted to. I wasn't keeping him from going up there.
Who were you referring to? Was it Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Okay.
And he didn't go when that happened. That's what he's trying to turn this instant into. And when he went to the camper, he said, "Mom, I have a text message where he said, I'm going to stay up there."
Okay.
He stayed up there with Holden. They weren't allowed to come down to the house unless they had to come and get clothes and leave. He wasn't allowed to talk to me. Or I don't know if he wasn't allowed or if he was just scared to talk to me because he was staying there.
Okay. As far as the house is concerned, was it agreed to in that order that both parties were supposed to help make it ready
Yes.
for showing?
Yes.
Okay. And you testify that, so how many children would you have in that house?
5.
You have 5 children?
5 kids, 2 dogs, a bird, and a cat.
Okay. So you said you're doing the best you can to get it. Do you want that house sold?
I didn't when it started.
But at some point, because you're
I
in
feel like I
divorce-
have to. I'm not going to be able to afford it. I
Yeah.
don't know where we're going to go or how I'm going to afford to go somewhere else, but
But you wouldn't do anything to prevent
No,
it from
no.
being sold. So if you,
I agreed for it to stay on the market. That's the only option, really.
that's all I have.
Before we take a recess, let me ask this question. What exactly are you asking me to do? I know the temporary restraining order regarding the children is my main concern, but what specifically are you wanting to have go forward from here?
With the kid,
Yes.
I want him to do the stuff that he's required. With his alcohol assessment, they give you a recommendation of what they think needs to be done. My whole thing with all of this is that there was the drinking issue. And I wanted him to get help, and I stayed a long time because I wanted that.
So from today forward, what do you want to do about letting him see the children while he may or may not be doing what he's supposed to be doing?
My kids need him, and they want to see him, and I don't want to keep that from
I understand
ever
that.
happening.
That's why I'm
So
asking you the
if
question. So-
him come to the house to do it, where he's not up there, where he keeps his stuff.
Well, and if he comes to the house, where are you going to go?
Before I would find somewhere.
All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
All rise. Court's in recess for 15 minutes. All rise. Court's now back in session. You may be seated.
Ms. Hendrickson, were you finished with your client's testimony?
Yes,
I
Your
failed to
Honor.
ask that before I took a recess. Were you finished questioning her as well?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Hendrickson, you may call your next witness.
Mr. Strickland, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Mr. Strickland.
All right. Mr. Strickland, if you'll come up.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Patrick Orlando Strickland.
And soon after your wife filed for the divorce complaint, were you served with the divorce complaint?
I was, yes, ma'am. We were supposed to do it together, and it was a surprise.
And in that divorce complaint, it had a restraining order, statutory injunction. Do you recall that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recall that document?
That's the divorce complaint that was served to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you flip to the very last page there? And it does say there the statutory injunctions, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it does say that you're forbidden from selling or dissipating marital assets, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Now, how much did you sell the Suburban for?
I sold it for $3,000.
And you didn't ask your wife about that before selling, did you?
No, ma'am. I told her that the house payment was due and I couldn't pay it, and that was the only way to pay it.
Okay. What about the horse trailer? How much did you sell that for?
I sold it for $700.
I'm sorry, how much was the Suburban again? I'm sorry.
It was $3,000.
3,000, okay. You didn't ask Mrs. Strickland about that either. You just sold it, correct?
I told her that I had to sell something to pay the payments, and she told me she didn't care. And I told her I wasn't going to default on the payments.
Was that by a text or by a oral
Verbal.
agreement? Okay. So she told you that she didn't care?
She told me that she wanted her half.
I'm talking about the horse trailer. Did you specifically ask your wife or discuss with her that, wife, I'm planning on selling the horse trailer? Did you
Not-
have that conversation with your wife?
Not specifically the horse trailer.
So the
it
answer
was-
is no, sir. Is that the answer? No? You did not have a discussion?
Yes, I did have a discussion with her about selling the horse trailer, among other things, because our bills were months behind and they needed to be paid.
Did you all talk about how much that horse trailer should be sold for?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what about the excavator? How much did you sell that for?
It was $10,000. It was broken. It needed thousands of dollars worth of repair.
Did you discuss that with your wife before you made that decision?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she approve?
No, ma'am. As long as she got her half, she would approve.
Did she get a half of any of this?
She got her payments paid. I didn't get half of it either.
And what did you pay again for the Suburban?
I'm sorry?
What did you pay with the money that you got for the Suburban?
The house payment. I had to put $600 more with it because the house payment is $3,600.
What about the excavator? That's $10,000. What did you pay with that?
It was a combination of things. She'd let the light bills get behind to almost 2 years on the landfill, and so I had to pay that. I had to pay the CPA so she could get the $4,000 tax return that she got.
How much did you pay the landfill? I'm sorry.
It was almost $1,200 or $1,300 that she had let it lapse for the last 2 years.
And then the CPA, how much did you pay?
It was at that time it was $1,700. It was a cashier's check.
Okay, what else did you pay?
I paid her car payment. I paid the insurance. I paid my car payment. I paid the house payment. I paid the light bills. I paid the water bill. I paid the phone bill.
So did you use up the whole $10,000?
I used that plus 15 more.
Well, prior to this, where did the need come from? Because you had a business, right? You
I
had a
did
trade business.
until she drained the account and shut my advertising off. So
How did she drain the account?
She run half of my crew off.
What do you mean when you say she drained the account?
Well, when we were supposed to go and get a divorce together with one lawyer, so the kids wouldn't be, in all of it. We were supposed to do it together, and then I was surprised with this, and I told her all the payments because she would pay all the payments online with the debit card from the business account, and she let all those get behind on purpose to sabotage me. And then I told her,
Sir, you're not answering the question. How did
I'm
she
sorry.
drain the account? Did she withdraw the
Yes.
money from the account?
Well, all the payments that she neglected to pay, she paid all in one day without consulting with me or anything. And that made everything else go in default. $9,000 in advertising. My payroll went in default that week.
When did that happen?
Shortly after she filed these papers
So that would have been,
in August.
so you're saying that she withdrew the money from the account. Is this the LLC account?
Yes, ma'am.
She has access to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does she have access to that now?
Not now. Oh, yes, ma'am. I think if she still has the card information, she still has access to it.
So she withdrew the money from there, and then y'all paid allegedly all the payments that were behind, correct? So then why did you have to use the Suburban money, the excavator money, and the horse trailer then, if y'all got caught up with the bills?
She paid the bills in August that were behind from months before, and then it caused everything else to default. So my advertising got shut off, so I had no revenue coming in for 3 months, and my bills are almost $18,000 a month that I pay, and I had no revenue coming in.
Okay,
Half
but
of
it's
my
not
cr-
her fault that you didn't have revenue, right? So it's not because the default did not happen because of her. She withdrew the money, is what your testimony is, and she paid the bills that were delayed. And then because more bills came in, as time went by, and you're saying that you didn't have income, and so that's when you got delayed bills, correct?
She let the bills lapse on purpose. And then when she knew she would get in trouble for it, she paid them all at once. Instead of asking me, do you have stuff that comes out? I need to pay this. She paid all the stuff that she needed to pay, including the light bill at the house, but she didn't pay the light bill at the shop, which was where I was living. And they almost cut it off. I had to leave from Kyle's office to go pay it. And that caused my advertising to default because I didn't have the money to pay it. And my advertising got shut off, so my phone doesn't ring anymore.
The mini excavator do you recall the assets that you submitted, music
I
CD?
do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You listed here E35 mini excavator, and then you priced it, value is 25,000.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the value that you assigned to that.
That was in working order. The machine
And you
wasn't
sold it for 10,000.
in non-working order.
Well, you didn't put in here working order 25,000. You just put 25,000 there.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
In working order, it's worth 25,000.
All right. Isn't it true that you were indeed was admitted to Horizon and then went to the Columbia Mental Facility back in August?
Yes,
Correct?
she called and had me committed. Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure that she was the one
I'm
who called,
positive.
or your nephew Cameron?
It was her and Cameron that called. No one ever called me.
Well, isn't it true that you told the police you had a gun
No, ma'am.
in your mouth? So
No, ma'am.
police officer
No, he
Beasley
misconstrued what
is
I
lying?
said. No, he
in his
misconstrued what I
report?
said.
Okay.
This one at a time.
I'm sorry.
A court reporter can't take you both down.
Apologize.
This is
I'm
not
sorry.
a conversation. It's a question and answer format.
Yes, sir.
You ask the question, wait for him to answer, then you answer them before you begin her next question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so from what I gather, you're saying that you did not tell Officer Beasley that you had a gun in your mouth the night before he found you by the cemetery, correct? Is that what your testimony is?
I'm saying I did not say that.
So
Yes, ma'am.
he was lying in his police report when he did that, when he put that in his report, correct?
Can I answer that, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, she's asking if,
I'm not going to call the man a liar. I believe he misunderstood me. What I told the man was that I wanted to, that she had put me in that place, that she had manipulated me and made me feel that way. That instead of that, what I did, I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. What I did is I took the bullet out of the gun and I wrote my name on it. Because the old saying goes, everybody has a bullet with their name on it. Make sure yours doesn't find you.
Okay, so you can confirm, you are confirming that you did carve your name on a bullet?
Yes, ma'am, I
Okay,
did.
now, when you got to the hospital, isn't it true that it was just you and the doctor there making an assessment of you,
No,
correct?
ma'am.
Was Lindsay there?
No, he called her on the phone. And then next thing I know, they were taking me to Columbia. And if you get
Did you sign the admission form there?
No, ma'am. I don't
Did you,
believe I
so
did.
if I get the documents, which I'm waiting for, I will see there that you had refused treatment.
I
Is that
refused
true?
the medicine that they were going to try
No,
to give
the
me.
admission is what I'm asking.
I don't know, ma'am. I was upset. I admit that I was upset. I was frustrated.
Well, she caught you cheating that day.
No,
that it
she
happened.
didn't. No, ma'am.
She saw the name of that lady on your phone, and you
That
had
is-
a argument.
That is the mother of my firstborn son, and he was in trouble, and that was the conversation between me and her. And I showed those text messages to her that night, and it blew up, and I left because she wouldn't stop badgering me. So I left, and I told her I was leaving and she could have everything.
How long were you at the Pinewood Mental Facility
4
in
days.
Columbia? Was there any recommendation for you to seek therapy or any type of treatment?
I'm not sure. I know that the nurses and the staff were astonished that I was there, not having, and that they explained to me that the demographic of most people that commit is middle-aged men. So I kind of understood that. So I did their programs and stuff, but I did not want to take their medicine because I'm biased on pharmaceuticals.
Well, so when was the last time you used marijuana, the illegal kind?
I don't know, 8 years.
8 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I read on your Main Street report where you told the person making the assessment that you use marijuana every day, were you lying then? Because I can pull it up here.
No, ma'am, I'm referring to marijuana as the legal CBD that I buy from the Perfect Plant store.
Oh, so when
I
you
mean,
say,
it's potato. I mean, it's CBD, it's hemp, but it's not illegal.
so in the main street, when you had your alcohol and drug assessment, you told the person there that you are using marijuana every day, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I
okay.
referring to the legal.
Oh, you didn't say that there, you just said marijuana. And then isn't it true that you did a urine drug screen about maybe a week after we were here and you tested positive?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do the November 30th drug screen?
No, it was way before that because I was forthcoming that I use CBD
Did you
for.
provide your lawyer the result of that?
The workforce place did, yes, ma'am.
We didn't get that result just yet. So now there's an order for psychological evaluation. Have you done that?
I have definitely tried. Yes, ma'am. I've went to multiple places in Dixon. I even set an appointment up in a place in Madison, and it's all inpatient stuff. They don't do one-time psychic evaluations. I've been consulting with Mr. Sanders about that and haven't resolved it yet.
Okay. What places did you go to in Dixon?
I forget the names. Every
Where
one.
in Dixon?
I called them and asked them. I didn't actually. I went to the health department. I know that, and then there was it's a weird name. I'm not
Well,
sure.
if Mrs. Strickland tells you where she got hers,
I'll definitely go
you-
get one. Yes, ma'am.
okay, we provided that to your attorney, so a while back. Did you know that Mason has been taking marijuana from your camper, taking it to the main house?
No, he hasn't been taking marijuana from my camper.
Is David taking marijuana from your camper?
No, David gets it from his friends and
Okay,
Lindsay's friend.
I'm gonna show you a text message. You recognize that text messaging?
Uh-huh.
Can you read your part of the message?
Yes, ma'am. Says you took something out of my van that didn't belong to you, didn't you?
Go ahead. Just your portion of the message.
Hello. Says, yeah, sorry, I just woke up. I said, you know, that's all I had. I leave roaches everywhere. If you're gonna steal something, steal those. Don't steal my weed anymore. It's gonna be a problem for us.
And that was the message that you sent to David, correct?
Yeah, because he's breaking into my buildings and my vehicles and stealing.
So you want him to just steal the roaches, which are the partially used weed, correct?
It was out of context. And I don't want him to steal none of it.
Your Honor, I would like to enter that as an exhibit.
Mark it as the next exhibit. 8.
You know, did they diagnose you? I'm gonna go back to the admission to the mental facility. Did they diagnose you? Did they provide a diagnosis to you? Depression, bipolar?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay.
They had no diagnosis. They diagnosed me as not being, and they let me go.
What is the situation on the home? Is it still up in the market or is it taken down? Because last time I checked, it's not. It says it's taken off the market.
No, ma'am, it is taken off the market because it never was in showing order. The last time I showed it, the smell of feces in the home was so bad you couldn't even walk in.
All right, so the order was for y'all to keep it on the market. So now you took it off the market on your own volition, correct? Without any leave of court or permission from the court or agreement between you and your wife. You just took it upon yourself to do that, correct?
I informed her that there was no way we were going to sell it and we would have to take cash for it and she could have all the money.
Are you still engaging with with Mark Spain?
No, the lady came out and I'm sure Lindsay called them and threatened them and they haven't.
Did you see Lindsay threaten any of them that you're talking about?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you did tell her that whatever Mark Spain offer you will take, correct?
And that she could have it all. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to show you the text that you sent her.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there that's saying she can take it all. You just said that you will take whatever offer you get from Mark Spain, correct?
I've got the same text message that says she can have all the money.
Can you read that text message?
I would
Was
be
that
happy
a
to.
message
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you sent to your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just FYI, I have had to shut the company down. I'm going to go to work for someone else. I am selling everything. I will make sure it is all documented and you get your half. Whatever Mark Spain offers for the house, I will be taking. Once the mortgage is paid off, you can have everything that's left, minus the $10,000 that we agreed each of us get. I'm getting photos together now for the online estate sale that also will be documented, and you will get your share. Just know any assets you plan to take with you will be deducted from your part of the liquid capital. Have a great Sunday.
Okay. It says here you get half of whatever Mark Spain offers.
No,
That's
ma'am.
what you said.
No, ma'am.
I will make sure it is all documented and you get your half, whatever Mark Spain. You haven't had an agreement on property division, right? Have you?
Because she won't agree on anything.
Yes or
No,
no?
ma'am.
You
No,
don't
ma'am.
have an agreement. This is your executive decision again, correct? You're telling her what you are going to do, correct? Even after you all had an agreed order that you all under oath said, yes, we agree to that.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
judge ratified that, he signed it into an order.
No.
After that, there you go, making your own executive decision, correct?
When it comes to yes, ma'am. When it comes to my children's well-being, I'm going to do whatever I have to do.
And you did tell your wife you were going to sell everything in that recording there, correct? Are you still planning on selling everything?
I mean, that's the only way.
Without her agreement?
She's not gonna agree on it, ma'am, because
But you don't ever talk to her about it.
Yes, ma'am, I do. Yes, ma'am, I do. All the time. I beg her to keep the kids out of it. I beg her to I've given her options to take everything and just give me my visitation with my children. I'll pay whatever child support and alimony I need to pay because this situation is detrimental to my children's growth.
Have you shut down the business?
I had to. She shut down the business.
Well, isn't it true that after the tornado, you were doing jobs still?
1 week, I had 2 customers that called me that were previous customers. And I had to hire a company from out of state to come and help me because I have no staff anymore.
Do you have any other jobs lined up
No, ma'am.
in the future?
No, ma'am.
Where are you planning to work if you shut down this business?
I'm a tree climber. So I can work for different companies climbing trees.
You just don't want to support your children? Is that why you're shutting down the business? Why are you shutting down the business?
I didn't shut down the business. Miss Strickland shut down the business when she drained the account and my advertising was defaulted. If I had the money to pay the advertising, I would keep the business going. If I had the staff to keep the business going, I would keep the business going.
Is she in charge of getting the staff?
No, but she was in charge of running it off. Half of my staff left because of her.
Did you tell Zaylee that you're not selling the house, your 5-year-old?
I told her I didn't want to sell the house because my business is there and that's how I provide for my children.
Okay, so you're discussing this with your 5-year-old child, correct?
Maybe.
And Mason as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell Zaylee that your mother is going to live in a hotel?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you just constantly talk to the children about this divorce.
No, ma'am.
You just did that in that video. As soon as you left the courthouse, you approached David,
Because he
talking
was,
about the order that you were imposing on him as if he was the one who's supposed to be under the order. You said it's a court order, son. You need to comply. Something along those lines.
yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am. That when he's in my care and he's at the home, he has to abide by the rules. What she didn't tell you is that when we got home from court that day, he got in that Bronco and he went out in my parking lot in my yard and he did donuts.
You were allowing him to do that
No,
prior
ma'am.
to this.
No, ma'am. Not like that. No, ma'am. I was allowing him to drive around the
But
property.
so you're saying the agreed order applies to David? He's supposed to comply with that agreed order?
He was supposed to.
Well, who are the
mind-
parties in
Let
this
him answer the
divorce?
question, please, Ms. Hickerson, before
I
you begin
apologize,
answering
Your
that.
Honor.
It was ordered that he would mind me when he was in my care. Remember, it
That
said
is
that
not in your order, sir.
it said
Correct?
that he's allowed to stay in the home when it's my weekend, but he has to abide by my rules. That was my weekend, and he, as soon as we left the courthouse, he went straight home and started doing donuts and tearing the truck up, which I inherited from my grandfather, tearing the truck up and the property. And that's not the first time he's done it. He's tore 3 4-wheelers up, tore my commercial property up, and she allowed him to do it.
How much alcohol do you drink at any given point in time?
Uh, before all of this started, I would drink, every other night. I'd come home and have a couple of beers. I have a high stress job. But since these egregious accusations, I've drank on 3 occasions in the last 4 months.
Okay. You don't think you have a problem with ideation?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Do you think that smoking marijuana is appropriate for minor children?
I don't believe minor children should smoke marijuana, no.
But yet you told David he can get your brooch, just not the actual.
I didn't mean it like that. It was out of context. I'm sure that's how it looks.
And isn't it true when you took him on a boat trip in Florida, you just allowed him to use marijuana
Absolutely
along with your
not.
other buddies?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the house. So you said that it's not on the market.
No, ma'am. It's
So
not
what is your
showable.
plan on that house? How are you gonna move forward with that?
It's going to have to be sold for cash. It can't be shown, and I can't pay for it anymore.
Who told you that it cannot be shown?
I mean, you can see it in the pictures. That's the house on every given day.
Those pictures were taken prior to
No,
this.
some of those pictures were the last time I was in the home, when I had to spend all weekend cleaning it because it was dirty and there was no milk, no food, no toilet paper, no wipes, nothing in the house. I had to go spend $500 after paying her $400 that was supposed to go for the kids. I had to go spend $500 on necessities for the children because she neglected to do so.
Do you think that the $400 is gonna be enough for the 5 children that she has and then extra things that needed to be done in the house? Is that what you believe?
I believe with the amount of money that I pay her every month or every week for the children, that there should be toilet paper and milk in the home for my
You're
children.
paying $400 a month.
A week.
Correct?
A week.
A week, okay. So you believe that $400 a week should cover the extra things that needed to be covered in the house on top of the food for the children and other expenses,
What,
daily living expenses
what-
for the children?
what daily living expenses?
Sir,
I mean, what do you-
I'm gonna ask the question.
I'm
You're
sorry.
you're here to answer.
Yes, ma'am.
How many of these 5 children are your biological children?
3. I'm still all their daddies, though.
What other items have you sold after we filed for this ex parte order?
Just the items that I listed with my lawyer that I had to sell to pay the bills.
What are those items?
The 2 machines, the Suburban and the horse trailer.
So I got the Suburban, the horse trailer, and the excavator. What are the other 2
It's
machines?
it's another machine. It was another broken machine.
How much did you sell that for?
15,000.
And you didn't discuss that with your wife either?
I
correct?
did, yes, ma'am.
Did you ask for ask for permission or made an agreement with her that you were gonna sell that?
No, ma'am, I told her the bills had to be paid. They were coming to get her car the next day, so I had no choice.
When was that?
I don't remember the dates on the receipt of the excavator. But the day, I mean, what day was the video that she took?
That whenever you said you were selling everything, is that the video that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you have a problem with alcohol,
No, ma'am.
excessive consumption of alcohol?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Samuels?
We have this, Ellen, did you want to put that as a?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
That would be number 9.
Mark it as an exhibit.
I approach, Your Honor.
Right.
Mr. Strickland, I'm going to hand you a series of photographs here and ask if you're able to identify those photographs.
Yes, sir, I can identify
Did you take
these.
those photographs?
I did.
What do those photographs depict?
Depict the negligence of my home that I built with my bare hands.
Well, but be a little bit more specific for me. What are we looking at?
We're looking at very unmaintained rooms
And
and
when did
fields.
you take those photographs?
Throughout the last 3 months.
And did you take those during the times that you would go over and visit with the children?
Yes, yes, sir.
And are those photographs, were they taken during the time that the house was on the market for sale?
Yes, sir.
And when potential buyers would be coming about and onto the property to
Yes,
look
sir.
at it to buy? Okay. And would you spend time cleaning the property?
Multiple,
While
like
you were
hours
there?
and hours. Yes, sir.
And do those photographs accurately depict the condition of the home during that time period that you were there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'd like to mark those as the next exhibit collectively.
10.
Yes.
Now, there has been you have sold some equipment.
Yes, sir.
And I know we've talked a lot about the LLC. Was that LLC equipment that you sold?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with that money?
I deposited it directly in the LLC account to pay the bills.
Did you hold any of that back?
No,
or
sir. Not a
deposited it
dime.
all in there?
Every dime.
Okay. How much is your house payment?
It's $3,600.
$3,600 a month?
Yes, sir.
And does that include the land and the house and the shop and everything?
Everything. Yes, sir.
And you also pay your wife's car note?
I do.
How much is her car note?
$1,100.
And you have a car note?
Yes, sir.
How much is yours?
14.
Not talking about electric, water, and gas, those things. Do you all have any other high or expensive monthly obligations?
I have two company trucks that I owe on. They're both $1,000 a month.
A piece?
Yes, sir. It's our insurance on our vehicles are about $1,600 or $1,700 a month.
That's on all the automobiles?
Yes, sir. We have a commercial policy and a personal policy, and then we have two. You said besides light bills, so. And then I have $5,000 a month in advertising, and then I pay 16. It was like $1,700 a week on a loan I had for a piece of equipment that broke down that I haven't been able to pay. I'm in default on it
You said 1,700 a week?
a week.
Okay. So when you all got divorced, your testimony was that your bills, your family, your household bills,
When they got divorced? Sorry, is that what you had?
huh?
Restate your
Okay,
question.
that after the divorce was filed, your testimony was that y'all's household bills had gotten behind?
They were behind before she filed.
Okay. But then at some point in time, everything got paid and caught back up?
Not everything, no, sir. No, she just paid what she thought was relevant. Like she paid the house light bill, but she didn't pay the shop light bill where I stayed at, and they come to shut it off. And he called me. He's like, "It's been 9 years. You've never had your power shut off." I was kind of worried, and so I told him what was going on, and he allowed me to come and pay it and not turn it off.
And to whom were you paying advertising?
Flypaper
Fly paper?
Media.
What
There,
is
it's
that?
it's a company in Nashville.
And are they in a newspaper or where are they advertising for you?
On Google.
Okay. And that's how your business would generate
Revenue, yes,
phone
sir.
calls and things. How long had you operated that business?
I owned the business for like 18 years, but I changed the name when we moved to Nashville and became an LLC, which I owned a tree service before we got married. I just changed the name.
Right now is it Music City Tree?
Yes, sir.
Music City Tree, does it have any business right now?
None.
Does it have any jobs?
We had the tornado. I had two customers that called, previous customers, and we took care of them last week.
Did you finish those jobs?
I did.
And what did you make on those
Like 11,000.
total?
Yes, sir.
And did that money get deposited into the,
All of it but 5,000, which I have in my wallet. I haven't been able to deposit yet because I had to come here today. But it's written out to Music City Tree Service, so it has to be deposited.
and where are you working right now?
No,
You're not working for another company or?
I work for, I subcontract for multiple companies when they need me. So it's not an everyday job. It's like, hey, I got a tree for you to climb, come climb it. Is what I've resulted back to, which is what I was doing when I moved to Nashville.
Are you making anywhere near the amount of money that you made?
Not even a drop in the bucket.
As we sit here today, are you still able to continue meeting all these obligations that you agreed to?
Unfortunately,
make?
no, sir.
Now, you've got a truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you purchased an SUV.
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the court kind of the thought process for that?
Well, I don't make as much money as I used to, and I had to sell my equipment, my big equipment, and the truck I have is to pull that equipment. So if I don't have the equipment, then I don't need the truck, and I don't, the $1,400 a month payment. It's a $80,000 truck. So I went to pay a payment on my company trucks, and the car lot where I bought my company trucks, I have a very good relationship with him. And he had just gotten this 2003 SUV in, which was only $10,000. And he gave it to me for zero down and $400 a month. So that's cutting $1,000 off my monthly bills if I get rid of the big truck.
And would you like to be able to sell the more expensive truck?
I mean, I don't really want to sell anything that I don't have to that makes me money, but my thought process is I'm going to have to. I would rather sell it than my credit go bad or have a default.
With respect to your house, what would you like for the court to do with respect to the house?
I mean, it can't be shown because she can't keep it in showing order. So I would pray that it get auctioned off and the court give her all the money or whatever they think is fair. I'm not materialistic. I'm a hardworking man, and all I want to do is provide for my kids. And money's not it's not important to me. I mean, it is, but at the end of the day, if her taking everything I have is what's going to make her happy, she can have it as long as she don't take my kids away.
Now, Mason, did he recently come down to your house?
He did. She was being mean to him and kicked him out.
And he came, and how old is Mason?
He's 13.
And how long did he come down and stay with you?
About a week and a half. And she told me I had to make him come back. And I told her I wasn't doing it. And then the next thing I know, I got this restraining order.
Was he staying at your house whenever you got served with a restraining order or found out about it?
Yes, sir. And I told him he had to go home. And if he didn't, that the cops would come and make him. And he's like, well, I'll wait for that then. And I persuaded him not to because I didn't need the extra stress.
Now, you had an A&D assessment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also, did you take a drug test?
I did. Yes, sir.
And were you positive?
I was positive for THC, but I was forthcoming with that.
This product that you use, what is it called?
It's hemp, basically CBD. It's for anxiety, and I have ADHD, and I've broken 31 bones in my body. My mother OD'd whenever I was 17 from pharmaceuticals, and I'm very biased to pharmaceuticals. I hardly ever take a Tylenol. So I have a lot of pain from my profession. And then, of course, you know, I have the top 3 deadliest job in the world. So there's a lot of high anxiety there that comes with my job.
Do you own guns?
I do, yes, sir.
Where are your guns?
They're in my safe.
In the camper?
No, in the shop.
In the shop. And does anyone have access to that?
No, sir.
How many guns do you own?
Maybe 10.
You heard your wife say that she would rather you only visit with the kids in the house during your time. How would you agree with that?
As long as she's gone. I think it's just so she can control and manipulate me.
Would that give you more room though in the house?
It would, yes, sir.
Camper?
It would. But every time I go to the house, when I have my weekends with the house, I spend more time cleaning it than I do with the kids.
mentioned recently you were there for the weekend, and you said that there was no food there?
No,
Do you
sir.
recall when that was?
Uh, I'm not, it was the last weekend, before she filed this restraining order.
And did you go to the store?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Walmart.
And did you buy things?
Yes, sir.
Well, how much did you spend?
I spent almost $500.
And what sorts of things did you purchase?
I bought everything they needed. I bought toilet paper, I bought wipes, I bought milk, I bought chicken nuggets, I bought Pop-Tarts, just food.
Has your wife asked you for additional money?
No, sir. She
Above and
just
beyond what
makes,
you're paying?
no, sir. She's adamant. I need that money. I need that money.
Mr. Strickland, is there anything else that you need to tell the court with respect to these matters pending before the court?
I've been a provider since I was 12 years old. That's all I know. And I would never neglect my children or not provide for even her at any capacity. I've offered her everything. Last year was my last straw. My little girl was sexually assaulted in her care, and I just want what's best for my kids, and this ain't it. And I don't mind to provide. I'll work my fingers to the bone like I have for years for them and her. I wish the best for her. I wish nothing but good things for her. But I don't want my kids caught in the crossfire like they have. We were supposed to go do this together. She could have everything she wanted, and she's made me look like a bad person, and I'm not the bad man that she's trying to make me out to be. I'm a hardworking, loving father that likes to drink a beer from time to time, and I would rather herbal medicine than pharmaceuticals. And I pray you see the facts, and I respect your judgment.
That's all right now, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Judge, if I can take the order changed, because I do have a person in the Zoom and his schedule is very limited. If I can have him testify
Are
in
you
an
finished with him as a witness?
Yes, sir. If
Yeah,
I can.
yeah.
I have a couple of questions for him.
Before
You've
I
seen,
thought of one other question I wanted to
Go ahead.
ask. Mr. Strickland, I want to take you back. Since you all have been working under this agreed order, have you had to contact the police about anything related to the shop?
I did, Lindsay.
What happened?
Lindsay,
Or what did you discover?
I woke up one morning and discovered my building had been broke into and a new lock had been placed on the building where I keep my equipment to go to work.
This is the shop building?
Yes, sir.
At the property?
Yes, sir.
And did you contact the police?
I did.
And did they come out and do an
They
investigation?
did. They come out and did an investigation, and Lindsay admitted to breaking in and stealing my equipment that I used to go to work with.
Okay. And what did she take?
She took my climbing equipment and some of my chainsaws, which one of my chainsaws is still missing.
And as part of that investigation, did they make her turn those things back over to
They
you?
did. She admitted to stealing them, and they made her turn them back over.
Okay. All right. That's all, Your Honor.
all right. You understand my job is to try to decide, oftentimes, too often really, who's telling me the truth and who's not telling me the truth. That goes to credibility.
Yes, sir.
And credibility, that part of that becomes listening to what people say when they're under oath Because if you lie under oath, you're committing perjury, and in a judicial proceeding, that becomes a felony
Yes, sir.
and becomes aggravated perjury. So I want to make sure I'm understanding you. You've been saying that this is not marijuana that you're using, that despite you having tested positive, that was all a form of what I call the CBD, the legalized byproduct of hemp that Tennessee has allowed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see the motion that was filed in this case? Motion and application for ex parte temporary restraining order restricting the father's visitation with the minor children filed November the 30th. I assume you saw that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw
Officer,
the pictures that were attached to it?
Yes,
Picture
sir.
of this plastic vial that contains obvious plant material?
yes, sir.
All right. What is that plant material?
That is CBD.
CBD?
Yes, sir.
In the form of plant material.
Yes, sir.
And there's a mixing tray or a
Yes,
tray
sir.
right beside of what purports to be a Bible, it looks like, ironic, that there beside of that appears to have green plant material
Yes,
as
sir.
well. And your sworn testimony today that's all CBD,
Yes, sir.
and that they sell CBD in the form of plant material that looks a remarkable amount like actual marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And you understand that CBD does not contain THC.
The CBD that I buy at the Perfect Plant does have traces of THC in it. Yes, sir.
Well, it might have a minimal trace, but you've been tested positive. It wouldn't be even enough to test positive with if you were using that.
That's the only place I get it, and that's the only product that I use.
Well, the most difficult part for me to believe you is when they see this exchange of messages with one of the children that says, when you ask him, said, you took something out of my van that didn't belong to you, didn't you? You answered yes. Or he said, hello. And he said, yeah, sorry, I just woke up. And you said, that's all I had. I'll leave roaches everywhere. Steal those. Don't steal my anymore, or it's going to be a problem for us. And your son says, yes, sir. And you want me to believe that when you're having a conversation with your son and you're making reference to weed, that you are talking about CBD?
It's just what I call it. It's just, it's,
Why would your son want to steal your CBD?
I don't know.
And you told, and the Main Street interventions, when they did your A&D assessment, you told them you smoked marijuana on a daily basis, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I'm referring to that as marijuana.
And when you were asked about this so-called situation, no, wait a minute. You said you were referring to CBD as marijuana when you're talking to somebody who's
Yes,
doing
sir.
a drug and alcohol?
Yes, sir. My mistake.
Step down. Who is it you have a witness for, Ms. Hickerson?
Your Honor, it's Cameron McSpadden.
What is the name?
Cameron
All
McSpadden.
right, they're in the waiting room. They're here, officer. We've got them they're going to be on Zoom apparently.
Yes, I should have told you that.
I've asked them to unmute and to start their video. McSpadden, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Let me place you under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're in a court proceeding. Remove your hat, please. All right. Ms. Hendrickson is here, and she has asked you to be a witness, so she will be directing questions. You will be on our screen here in the courtroom so she can see you and you can see her. Go ahead.
Mr. McSpadden, can you state your full name for the record?
Cameron Michael McSpadden.
How are you related to the parties?
Orlando, or Patrick's my uncle, and Lindsay would be, currently is my aunt.
Okay. Where are you currently residing?
In Belleville, Arkansas.
Okay. How long have you been residing there?
3 months.
Okay. Where were you before that?
I was in Tennessee
Okay. And where were you residing in Tennessee?
with the parties.
Okay. And at their main house, the big house, or the camper?
I was living in my camper in the backyard.
Okay. And did you do any jobs while you were residing with them?
Yes, I worked for Music City Tree Service.
Okay, with Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Um, did Mrs. Strickland have any control over the advertising of the company?
No,
Well, let me go back. What was your role in the Music City Tree Services?
I helped manage the company.
You help manage the company?
Yes.
Okay. Does that include paying uh,
Yes.
monthly dues and all those things?
Yes, I helped with that.
Did Mrs. Strickland have any control over paying the debts of the LLC?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did she have access to any of the bank accounts?
I don't think while I was there.
Okay. How many bank accounts were there that you know of?
One.
What bank was that?
Regions.
Was it a checking account, a savings account?
It was a business checking account.
Okay. And were you here when the August 6th incident occurred with Mr. Strickland?
What was the incident?
August the 6th, do you recall an incident where Mr. Strickland was involved?
I don't remember my dates that well.
Okay. Are you aware that he was hospitalized in
Oh,
August?
yes. Yes. Now I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Can you tell me what occurred that day?
Um, that day, well, it was at night whenever
Okay.
everything happened. I had a friend over and we were shooting some rats, and him and Lindsay got into an argument on their porch, and they got into a fight. He had been drinking, so he got madder than, he typically would have if he hadn't have been drinking. Um, so I guess he just decided that he no longer wanted to deal with it. And when he came up to the shop to get a gun, I had the gun that he wanted, but he just took a different gun and left saying that he was done with this. But he had recently displayed like the type of behavior that was concerning. I'd already talked to him about it before, but it kind of scared me. So I called the cops to have them look for him. So, I didn't want anything to happen to him. And when they found him and they took him in.
Okay. So it was you who called the police to look for him, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned something about the drinking. Tell me about what you have observed as far as Mr. Strickland's drinking habits.
I personally think that he drinks too much. Like when I was there, right? So I haven't been there in like 4 months.
McSpadden, hold on just a second, sir. We have an objection being voiced. Mr. Sanders?
She asked him about his observations, and he didn't say, well, my opinion is, which is not his observations.
Mr. McSpadden, the objection is to you giving an opinion, which you are not entitled to give your opinion about the ultimate issue, whether he drinks too much. You can testify about what you have observed personally, what you've seen, but not give it a value as to whether you think that's too much or too little. So if you will rephrase
I
your
will
question, Ms.
rephrase.
Henderson.
Mr. McSpadden, so you said that you So you were in Tennessee about 4 months ago, is that right? Because you said you've been in Arkansas about 4 months or 3 months.
3 to 4 months, yes.
So the 3 or 4 months prior to you moving to Arkansas, how much did Mr. Strickland consume as far as you observe?
Every day.
So he was drinking every day, and what type of drink was he consuming?
Beer or whiskey, depending on what he had.
Okay. And have you observed him drink to an excess where you can tell that he was intoxicated?
Yes.
How can you tell that he's intoxicated? What are your observations of him?
Just his behavior changes.
Okay. And so my question was about 4 months prior to you leaving. Can you give me like a time frame of this daily alcohol consumption? How long did you observe a business?
So he was the owner, right? And I sold the jobs. I went and talked to the customers to get the jobs, and then I would have the crew that we had go do the jobs. So really, he just kind of did paperwork, like computer stuff, in his office at the shop.
Okay. And where would he be drinking at that time?
He would drink at the shop.
Would he have company?
I He would have company when I was there or whenever the crew was there. I'm not sure about when I wasn't there though.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about marijuana use. Have you observed Mr. Strickland consume marijuana?
Yes.
Um, have you seen him purchase marijuana?
Yes.
And where would this occur?
The Perfect Plant Dispensary in Nashville.
Okay. Is there any other source of marijuana?
I believe yes.
What do you mean by that? Have you seen him purchase it from an individual? Can you be
Yes.
more specific?
Yes. I've seen it purchased from an individual. I don't know their name.
Okay. Do you know how much he would spend on this?
I do not know how much he would spend
How
on the person. I know when he goes to the dispensary, it averages between $300 and $500
how often?
every couple of weeks.
Okay. What about from that individual?
That was less periodic. I would say once or twice a month, maybe.
Do you know how much he would pay that individual?
I do not.
How much do you say on average when you were managing the business would the business make in a month in gross income? Do you recall?
We typically ranged around 30 to sometimes 50, depending on the month. With the tree business, the income fluctuates a pretty good amount per month, but I would say between 30 and 50,000 a month.
Okay. Well, now we're in the winter time. Will the business have some, the revenue at that point? Just because of the
Um, we would still have revenue. We try to, in the summer, which is our busy time um, of the year, we will try to schedule jobs for the winter, so that way we'll already have work built up. For instance, when I was there and I was selling jobs, I had lined up 3 for this winter already. That would have, if I was still there, I could talk to the customer to continue, because I didn't have a signed contract. I just, it's kind of a handshake kind of deal. But I mean, that would be maybe $25,000 right there. So, but it just kind of depends on if anybody's willing to wait until the winter. It's slower in the winter, but the work isn't dead. There's still money to be made, just not like the summer.
Now, the 30 to 50,000, did you say that's gross income?
Yes.
Do you know how much overhead and everything else is taken out of it before you get to the net profit?
Close to, not the exact number, but close.
What is that number?
Can I use my calculator?
Sure.
I would say it's going to be close to about $15,000 a month.
On overhead?
Yes.
On overhead, okay. Okay, and you testified earlier that Mrs. Strickland did not have any access to the account for advertisement. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's not in charge of that.
Correct.
And paying for the bills of the LLC, she's not in charge of that.
Objection, Your Honor,
correct?
leading question.
Sustained, I'll leave the witness.
Who was in charge of paying the bills for the LLC?
Patrick would pay the bills.
That's all I have.
Sanders, you get cross-examined.
Mr. McSpadden, is that how you say your name?
Yes, sir.
How long did you work for Music City Tree?
I worked for Music City Tree Service from February of 2023 to, it would be around September. Sometime in September is when I left. So about 6 months, 6.5 months.
And why did you leave?
Because of the personal problems that he was having at home. You know, it is family. Plus, I was living on the property and I'm married as well. So it was causing strain on my relationship as well as just everyday life was just kind of stressful because it was really dramatic. There's a lot of drama with it. It just wasn't the kind of situation that I wanted to be in. And I felt like I was being put in the middle of their problems. And that's not what I'm here for. I would rather do something else with my life than be in the middle of someone else's relationship. I have enough things to worry about on my own.
And would you travel sometimes to Nashville to the Perfect Plant?
I have done that, yes, upon his request.
So you would sometimes go and purchase and then bring to him?
Yes.
What product would you purchase?
Marijuana.
What did it look like?
A green plant.
Was it like a flower bud?
Right. Yes.
And you would buy it at the Perfect Plant there in Nashville
Yes.
and bring it back to Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Did you partake in the drinking sometimes with Mr. Strickland and the other crew there at the shop?
Yes. Yes.
What about a fight? You recall a fight that happened there on the property?
Which fight?
Well, it was between David, I believe. David and another person?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that?
From what I know is David's girlfriend antagonized a fight and I was there. I witnessed it.
And who was the fight with?
I do not know the boy's name.
Did you video it or anything like that?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Was there anything else that you purchased for Mr. Strickland other than marijuana?
Were you able to hear that question, Mr. McSpadden?
Yes, I'm just trying to think of what it could possibly be that I've purchased. I don't believe there's anything, no.
You didn't purchase any pills, medication, any?
Definitely not, no.
That's all you heard. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
McSpadden.
McSpadden. That will relieve you from any further testimony. You may leave our hearing.
Thank
And
you.
at this point, we are going to adjourn for the day. I do not recall offhand, we're continuing the Strickland versus Strickland case. And my notes are here before me, but I don't. The last witness, if I recall correctly, was the nephew from out in Arkansas. Is that correct?
Yeah, Judge, so I was going to do my redirect on Mr. Strickland, but we took it out of order.
Mr. Strickland, if you'll come back to the stand. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and be placed under oath again, please.
And I would call for the rule, Your Honor.
Rule has been requested. That means that any witness who is going to testify other than the parties must go outside of the courtroom and remain outside of the courtroom. And the monitor is not on out there in the lobby, is it? So if you don't mind double checking. No boxes allowed today. It's 5 days before Christmas. No cases involving boxes are going to be allowed.
Merry Christmas.
Unless they're wrapped with a bow and.
Well, I can go get some wrapping.
All right. It is on. The monitor that's out in the lobby area, which is utilized for a lot of times when we have overcrowded courtroom, especially criminal docket call day, people out there waiting can see when their case is called. So we're going to turn that off so that the rule can be enforced. All right, we are ready. Go ahead.
Mr. Strickland, have you been sworn?
Make sure that the microphone
Yes,
is
ma'am.
on at the podium, please.
Since we have filed for this divorce, isn't it true that you have been proclaiming that you are now divorced?
Not any, no, ma'am, not any more than Miss Strickland has.
You're a singer-songwriter, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you making money off of that?
No, ma'am.
Have you been offered a record deal or
No record
something
deal.
in that nature?
No, ma'am.
Do you have an agent?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you just testified that you have not been offered any.
I have not been
record
offered a
deals or
record deal.
anything?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Need my glasses, Your Honor. Hold on. I'm going to show you a document here.
You can identify that?
Yes, ma'am, I sure can.
And who are in that text messaging?
It's me and my sister, Tasha
Can you read
Strickland.
your part of that text
Yes, ma'am, I sure can. I said, I am far from miserable. Excuse me. I'm on top of the world. All my dreams are coming true. I've been offered a song contract. I have gobs and gobs of women that want me, and all I had to do is get rid of her. It's a funny how miserable women like to bring everyone down around them. You should be ashamed that you have treated our father the way our father, he may be in the wrong, but he's still your father. It's going to end up just like mom. He's going to die before you realize that you're wrong. And you'll have to live with that for the rest of your life, just like you did with mom. Now, I'm sure you're keeping you from bringing someone their food. So hop to it.
Okay, and this text messaging, this was after we filed for the divorce, correct?
I
It's
do believe
recent.
I do believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And you left the word CUNT when you
I
describe
did.
your
I did.
wife.
It's a
Okay.
vulgar word, and I was upset with my sister. And sometimes people say things
And
they don't
you-
mean.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try not to talk over you. Okay, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
But you did use that word.
I did use that word. Yes, ma'am.
to
I was
describe your
upset.
wife. Okay. Now that song contract, you said you were offered a song contract.
I was offered a potential for my songs to be shopped to an artist.
How much would that be if that come to fruition?
I have no idea. There was no finances talked. It was more of a dream that it might come true.
Who offered you that?
It was BMI. And it wasn't more of an offer. It was, let's see what we can do.
All right,
It
so
wasn't, there was
okay.
no written offer, no verbal offer of anything other than let me have your songs and I will see what I can do.
Okay. But you did say there in the text you were offered
I did.
a song contract.
I did. I
Okay.
was over exaggerating. I was upset and trying to, I don't know. I was really upset at my sister, the way she treated our father.
Okay. Do you have a contact person in BMI?
I do not.
Okay. Was a person was the one who offered you or talked to you about it?
It was one of the entry level people there that was, because you have to go through copywriting infringements and stuff like that before it can ever come to fruition.
Okay, and you can't give me a name of a specific individual?
I think his name was Clay or Cooper or something. I don't know.
You don't have a last name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you recall testifying about the appraiser that was sent by Mark Spain?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Did you have the report of that appraiser?
I did not, no, ma'am.
What was the value that was given to you as the appraised value?
They didn't give me a value. They left. They said they would get in touch within 7 days. And I assumed that Lindsay called Mark Spain and told him that it was against the law or something, just like she told the feller that bought the Suburban.
Okay, did you hear her call Mark Spain?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So you're just assuming that?
Right, like I said, I assumed.
Okay, the photos that were entered into exhibit number 10, you said that they were taken within the last 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me an exact date?
I could if I had my phone. I could give you the dates that I took them because it's time stamped.
So if it's the last 3 months, that would have been as early September, because we're now in December.
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
That was before.
I took some of them the last time I was there, which was in November, so.
So they were taken on different
Yeah,
days.
different time frames to show that the prolonged neglect of the home.
When are you planning to sell the truck that you pay $1,000 a month for?
When I have to. I use it to work, so if I have to sell it, then I will. But if I don't, I could use it for work.
So you use it to work. You said that you shut down the tree cutting business. So are you still doing operating the tree cutting business?
I'm still taking on jobs from other companies to keep the bills paid as much as I can.
Okay, let me just clarify that. When you say you're taking on jobs, does that mean you're subcontracting
Yes,
from other
myself. Yes.
Okay, you're not acting as the Music City Tree Services
We have no
LLC?
work, no ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any jobs lined up for the subcontract?
No ma'am.
Last Friday, you did a job for Linda Marshall, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a tree cutting job?
Mm-hmm.
How much was that?
It was 4,200.
4,200.
And it was deposited in the bank.
How much is in the bank right now?
I'm not sure.
More than 10,000?
No ma'am.
Less than 5,000?
I would say right around, once the payroll got paid for last week, I would say probably around 3,000, 2,000 bucks. If I had my phone, I could give you an accurate amount.
Is that the Life Green checking account from Regions?
Yeah, both of my checking accounts are in Regions, yes ma'am.
So you have two checking accounts?
I have a business account and a personal account.
Okay. Now, in your response to the request for production, I have the August 1, 2023 through August 31, 2023. And this is your account ending 9849. There's a $48,440.44 total withdrawal for that month alone. You want to see it?
Yeah, I would like to see that.
You see the total withdrawals there? It's about some 44,000.
I do, yes
And
ma'am.
that was the time when you said you were all behind with bills and all that.
Okay.
Okay. So do you recall that 44,000 and some odd numbers? Where did that money go?
It went to bills. You can see right here where we paid the equipment payments. That's the withdrawals is everything that came out of the account.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
So do you mean the,
It's not cash withdrawals.
okay, those are the transactions here.
Right. Yeah, it would say cash withdrawal.
Do you have any cash stashed somewhere?
I maybe have $300 or $400 in my camper in cash. That's all probably in tens and ones and quarters. Just when I get home each day, I'll empty my pockets.
The people who were with you yesterday, are they working for you?
Two of them still work for me, yes.
What are their names?
One's Brandon Martin, and the other one is James Wilson. And then the other person with me was my longest friend, Daniel Salters.
You told the judge yesterday you were biased against pharmaceuticals. You remember
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
But you do take Xanax, correct?
No, ma'am.
You spending money on women?
No, ma'am.
Escorts?
No, ma'am.
You recall your trip to Florida last year?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach me and Mr. Sanders?
I have some, Ms. Hendrickson's indicated that she has some questions asked that are going to involve some rather salacious issues, and because there are school-age children involved, we're going to mute during this part. If you will mute that computer over there, please. Stop the sound until we're finished with this part.
very briefly. I will try.
Strickland, if you'll come around, we're going to ask you to raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
Mrs. Strickland, can you tell the court, how are you all handling your bills?
So I will ask him if, I'll tell him that something is due and ask him if the money is in the account, if I could pay it. And he will tell me yes or no.
Okay. Do you have any access to the accounts where you're able to see the balances, withdrawals, deposits, and all those things?
The business account, no.
Do you have any authority to make withdrawals?
No.
So all you have is the business, the card number, is that right?
Yes, he would send me a picture of the card.
Okay. I handed you, or the bailiff handed you a document or a set of documents. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Who are the people engaged in that text messaging?
Me and Patrick.
And when was that?
This was in September.
Of this year?
Mhm.
Can you read from the top?
It says, do I need to go ahead and just pay all these bills that are due? He says, what bills are due? And now I've always paid them. And how are you going to pay them?
That was him telling you, I've always paid them, and how are you gonna pay them?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it says, car payments, lights, and insurance are the ones that are past due at the moment. I deferred the cell phone payment till later this month. He said, well, she always calls me for the insurance, and you always tell me the light bills and the car payments. And then he continues to say, but yes, if it wouldn't put you out any, pay the light bills. We will do the truck payments tomorrow. Do you still have the business card information? I said, all I need to know is, can I pay them or not? He said, do you still have the business card information? You can pay the light bill and the insurance. We will pay the truck payments tomorrow. Please answer my question. If not, I can send you the information, but I'm pretty sure you still have it from paying the bills already. And I said, of course I do, but it does me no good when I have no idea how much is in the account.
Okay. So did you intentionally let the bills lapse as,
No.
he testified? And you, in fact, in those text messaging, you were offering to help get some of the bills paid,
Yes.
correct? I would like to enter that as an exhibit.
There was another page. Should I have read that one too?
Yes.
Okay. I said, of course I do, but it does me no good when I have no idea how much money is in the account. Obviously, there is not enough, or we would pay the car payments today. See, if I wouldn't have asked you and went ahead and paid all of those bills, would they have went through? He said, there is enough money in there to pay the car payments right now, Lindsay, but payroll comes out today, so I need to make sure some more deposits before we pay the truck payment. And I said, okay, thanks. That's all I needed to know. He said, you're so welcome, and thank you so much for doing it for me, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
What about advertising? He testified that you let it lapse. Are you you responsible for paying that?
No, I've never paid that. Is this for another one, or?
You want to have
You may.
So do you even know how much the payment, the monthly payment for the advertisement of
No.
the company?
I've seen it on the bank records when I was doing tax, but I didn't.
You're not the one paying those.
Mm-mm.
Did you ran off half of the staff as
No.
he testified? How's your relationship with his staff?
I don't have any problems with any of them.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask for exhibit number 10, the photos that were shown to Mr. Strickland?
You can look at those. Thank you.
You looked at them.
No, I'm sorry.
So those pictures, do they depict the usual
Condition of the house?
No.
Do you recognize those? And when do you think your husband took those pictures?
Um, the majority of them before, like when, I would say in the first month of us separating,
And when was that? What month was that?
August.
August, okay. So this was before you all entered into an agreed order that both parties will keep the house in a showing condition.
Yes, this was in the worst part of everything.
Okay. And whenever the house was shown, was it in a good, decent showing condition?
Yes.
Now, and you can return that to the Madam Clerk, please. Your husband testified that the day that he was admitted to the hospital, you were badgering him. Is that true?
No. Are we talking about the incident
In
in
August,
August?
yes.
Badgering him?
That's his word, yeah.
No.
That's the word that he used in his testimony.
I confronted him about the text messages on his phone.
Was a text message from Amy Jo Davis?
No, it was from Keisha. Lakeisha, I'm sorry,
Lakeisha.
Lakeisha.
All right. And who's Lakeisha?
His, the lady he had a child with, before we got together, she had gave it up for adoption, and he went to court to fight to try to get the child to his custody.
So are they still in communication? They have contact still?
They did not for years, no.
Okay. But on that day in August, I'm gonna show you some pictures, okay?
Judge, same objection I've already made. We have an agreed order that post dates all of these communications, text messages, all of this was taken into account when we entered into the agreed order that's in place right now.
What exactly, Ms. Hendrickson, are these documents?
Your Honor, these are the text messages that precipitated the argument that led Mr. Strickland to be admitted at the mental hospital. And in his testimony, when we were here, he had testified that my client was badgering him and that she drove him to be admitted. And in fact, it was his own doing that caused that to occur.
Again, we're talking about the temporary restraining order and what's in the best interest of the minor children, so I will overrule the objection and allow this to be admitted for that purpose.
Thank you. So what, can you read that text message there?
It says you're married,
Who was that from?
Lakeisha.
Okay, and then can you read the other message there?
This is from after.
Okay.
This, it says, me too, heart. Now let me see that beautiful smile.
And who's that picture on there?
Lakeisha.
And the
And
other
Patrick.
picture? And when was that?
This was, I found it on the 14th.
So they continue to
August.
have this romantic sounding like communication, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I would like to admit that as exhibit.
Mr. Sanders, your objection is noted, but we're going to allow it for that limited purpose.
It's
far as the visitation goes, what are you asking the court?
At this point, I don't know.
Would you be, and I remember you testified that you would like for him to complete the psychological evaluation that was
Yes.
already ordered, correct?
Yes,
Would you want him to do periodic drug screen to make sure that,
yes,
okay. What about supervised visitation?
I think that would be best.
And if he can come up with a supervisor, would you consider that?
Yes.
Okay. What about the house? What's your request about that? Would you want it be continued to be sold?
I would like for it to be sold just for the fact if it auctions. I mean, it's the same as the machines being sold. There was nothing left.
Okay.
That has to go to paying our debt and paying the house payment off. And by all the time all that's done, there will be nothing left.
If it's an auction type situation. So do you feel like it would be more prudent if you go through the usual realtor listing? It will just take a little bit of time.
Mhm.
Do you have anything else you want to tell the judge at this point?
This situation has been horrible for our family, for our kids. I'm concerned with our children because of the communications that they have. Last night, he sent a text message to our 13-year-old telling him that he was going to take them to Opryland to ICE on Thursday. We haven't made any agreements to anything yet. He also sent him text messages of pictures of a house that he plans on or is thinking about buying. And it really bothers me because it's manipulating our kids. And all of this, I want to keep my kids safe. I don't want my kids to keep dragging out because it is hurting them.
Any further?
No, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Sanders, you may cross-examine. Clarification of Mrs. Strickland to make sure, on the sale of the house, are you saying that you would prefer it to be auctioned or listed with a realtor?
Listed with a realtor.
You understand that would require that the house be kept in proper order and clean and so forth? Mr. Strickland says he doesn't think that you're capable of doing that.
When all of this started, I was in a bad place. We had went through the whole drinking thing, the whole suicidal thing, and then the whole him being in a facility. And then when he got out, he told me that he needed to go to Arkansas for the weekend because he's seen so much stuff in there. And he told me he was going to come back and be more present and help me more and put us as a priority. And he left. And the night that he got back, I found all the text messages to all the other women. And, you put all your hope that somebody's going to change and get better. And it all crashes. And it was rough for the first month.
Mr. Sanders, you may ask.
Yes. Ms. Strickland, are you currently on any dating websites?
I'm on Facebook.
Or do you have a profile on a website called Plenty of Fish?
I created one to find his profile.
Plentyoffish.com. And is that a dating site?
Yes.
And did you pay to subscribe to that page?
No.
Did you upload a picture of yourself?
Yes.
And did you describe yourself for people that might be interested in you if they look at your photograph?
Yeah, but I don't remember what it said.
Do you recall listing that you were divorced?
I don't recall.
you were divorced, want a date, but nothing serious, interested in men for hangout. And then you included a picture of yourself. Do you recall that?
Does it not say friendship on there?
I can show you. I can show it to you. You can look at it for
Yeah.
yourself. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Those two photographs, and that one photograph is a picture, and that's obviously you, correct?
Correct. I did create this account, yes.
Okay. Did you take that picture of yourself?
It's an old picture, but yes.
Did you take it?
Yes.
And where did you take that picture?
At our house.
Okay. And what website is that profile taken from?
Plenty of fish.
Plenty of Fish. And did you describe yourself there in your profile?
Yes.
How did you describe your marital status?
Divorced, wants to date, but nothing serious. Interested in men for hangout.
Okay. So you lied, correct? You're not divorced.
I'm not divorced, no.
But you were untruthful on that profile.
I created this profile to find his profile.
Oh, okay.
They both want to be divorced.
I believe so.
You want to talk to your client? You want to be divorced?
Yes.
I mean, I can talk with him.
I'm the one that asked for the divorce in the first place, Your Honor.
Talk to your client, because I'm fixing to grant them both a divorce today. That way we can fix that problem about whether they want to date anybody or whatever. They can do that. It'll be a great Christmas present for both of them, I
Yes,
imagine. So. I'm going to ask your client before, when you can finish with her,
Okay.
but ask your
Okay.
client. And I'm not compelling that to be done, but there are certain issues that obviously are going to have to be litigated. The question of who should be the primary residential parent, question of economics and what should be done with the property, the question of how are we going to handle the property and so forth. But there are other issues that if both of you don't want to be married to each other anymore, then rather than get into who shot John and who did what to whom, that can still factor in, the fault in the situation can still factor in the alimony claim if there is one. But property division under the state law is to be fair and equitable without regard to fault. That means that I can't assess more property to you simply because he might have gone outside your marriage and been having those affairs or doing whatever that was that he did or didn't do in Florida. So the question is, if you want to be able to move forward with your life and you want to be done with this marriage and both of you agree, then we can fix that problem today. But I want to make sure you consult with your lawyers before we do that. Mr. Sanders, you
Yes.
may continue. Sorry.
When did you create your profile, Ms. Strickland?
I don't recall.
Been within the last year?
Yeah, it was it was after we had already split up.
And how many men did you communicate with through that app?
Not many.
Well, how many?
I don't have a clue. When I found his account, I unactivated mine. I may have talked to a few before then.
Did you physically meet
No.
any men from that app?
No,
Did you talk on the phone with them?
no,
Email?
no,
Text message?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Trade any photographs with any men from that app?
No, I don't think so.
So if we subpoena those records, there won't be any photographs being traded between you and any of those gentlemen?
If anything, it will be a picture of me with a fish or something. I don't remember what I put as the pictures. There's more than just one picture on there.
Now, those photographs that Mr. Strickland took, those are your house, correct?
They are.
You don't dispute that that's your house. And when is it that you think those photographs were taken?
A lot of them were taken before
Before what?
October 20th.
or some of them not?
The kids' room may not, not the ones where he swept everything off and under the bed and left it in the middle of the floor, but where their beds aren't made, that could possibly, the bedroom where the bed's not made, that could possibly be after.
So
The
tra-
laundry room,
The trash that he
possibly.
swept into the middle of the floor and took a picture of, does that picture represent what in your mind would be good housekeeping?
No, that represents my children's room, which are teenagers, and they take food back there and throw stuff and hide it. I used to,
Is that the sort of a trash that's going to accrue in a day or two? That much trash?
I used to go in their room and clean their room, and he would get on to me for doing that because I wasn't teaching them anything. He would have them clean their room, and I would always go back in after them and clean it. And so I stopped doing that.
If we were to go into your house right now, is it in good condition or is it dirty again?
It's in fair condition. I mean, nothing that can't be cleaned within the 24 hours. Like, we got up this morning and there's probably stuff on the kitchen counter. There's a laundry basket of laundry that needs put up in the laundry room. The toy area we have all the toys crammed in this one hole. And I don't think I made my bed this morning when I got up.
Because your job is cleaning houses, correct?
Yes,
But
I have-
right now, you're not working.
I worked yesterday,
Where did you work yesterday?
cleaning houses. I got home at 6:30. I cooked supper. I did homework. I got the kids ready for bed. I got up this morning and got them ready for school, got myself ready for this, and walked out and let the dogs out and fed the bird and fed the cats and then walked out.
And you testified earlier about you have a son that was expelled from school.
He was not expelled from
Did
school.
did he fail a drug test
Yes,
at school?
no,
Where did he fail a drug test?
here, at
Here,
court,
where?
court,
What did he fail a drug test for?
marijuana,
Is that all?
meth,
Meth. And how old's your son?
17.
And he lives with you?
Mhm.
And that's your son, not Mr. Strickland's son, correct?
He's been his father since he was 4.
I understand, but biologically,
Biologically, no.
it's Mr. Strickland is his stepfather, but he's been involved, correct? When did he test positive for meth?
A week. I think it was a week ago.
A week ago? Does he share a bedroom with your other children? Any of
No.
them? Hmm?
No.
Does he still live in your home?
Yes.
You heard Mr. Strickland's testimony about this product that he uses, that he purchases at Perfect Plant. Are you aware of Perfect Plant? Do you know what it is?
From what he's told me.
Do you have any friends that use those products that are in your home? Do you have a girlfriend that uses those?
Not from that place, no.
Okay. But do you have a girlfriend that uses some sort of CBD product?
Yes.
Does she smoke it?
It's vape.
And is that something you've seen her do
Mhm.
at your house?
Mhm.
What's her name?
Jody.
Do you have profiles on any other websites?
Just the Facebook.
No other dating site of any sort?
Mm-mm.
Have you been involved in a romantic relationship with anyone other than your husband since you've been married?
No.
how do you all pay your bills? Are they set up to be automatically deducted from the account?
None of the ones that he has me pay.
The ones that, how do you pay the ones that he has you pay?
I go online and I put the card number in and pay them.
And when you say you put in the card number, what are you referring to?
The card number on his debit card.
And is that linked to the Music City Tree Service account?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're able to go online, use that number, and pay bills or purchase things?
Yes.
And is that always been the case? Is that how you've always done that?
No, in the past I had a card too. I was on the account for, when I was writing the checks.
And when did you stop writing checks?
I think it was, I think I wrote them from, it was either 21 or 22. 2021, 2022, like the end of 21 to 22, I think.
So you think that you stopped writing checks out of the Music City account, Tree account,
He took me off the account.
in 2022?
Mm-hmm.
And why were you taken off the account?
Because we were getting a divorce.
And you were never added back after you all got back together?
No.
When did you obtain the card information?
I don't recall.
So he gave you the card number with the PIN and the expiration date, those things, to allow you to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And did you then begin to use it?
To pay the bills, yes.
Would you use it for anything else?
Probably.
What else would you use it for?
I don't know.
I mean, did you shop with it? Did you buy things for the house? Did you
I'm sure I
have food
did.
delivered to the house?
I don't really have food delivered, but I'm sure I did like a Walmart pickup before, maybe.
Are you still using the card in that manner
No.
today?
No.
You don't use it anymore?
No, I haven't used it since he's decided to take over all the bills.
And then the other bills that you don't pay, they're automatically deducted from the account?
Or he pays them.
And are you paying from your personal money any bills now?
I pay my Burke's card, the Marshall's card. And I have paid, we get our taxes put into my personal account and I've paid bills through that.
Did you all get a refund this year?
No,
Yes.
no, I have not received anything.
Okay.
The IRS actually sent me a note saying that we owe $4,000 and something for a vehicle that he didn't turn in on taxes. And the accountant said that we probably wouldn't get a refund because they would take it for that.
Where did you do a psychological evaluation?
I did.
Okay. Where did you do that?
At Cornerstone?
Centerstone?
Tennerstone, yes, sorry.
I get those mixed up too. Cornerstone is a veterinarian office.
Yeah.
I get them mixed up too. Centerstone, okay. And was there a conclusion or a recommendation?
There was a diagnosis of, I don't remember the exact terms that they used, but having a hard time adjusting and anxiety.
And are you receiving any sort of care or therapy for
Yes.
that? What are you doing for that?
I go to therapy
When did you start that?
in November.
And who is your therapist?
I'm really bad with the names. Rachel. Her name's Rachel.
And where is she at Centerstone?
Yes.
Are you on medication?
I take something for anxiety.
What do you take?
I do not remember the name of it.
When did you start taking that?
The end of November. A month ago. It'll be about a month from now.
So what steps have you taken with respect to your child who has this issue with drugs?
That it just happened. And when we left here, I went to Walmart and bought more drug tests and made him go home and take another one, and he only failed for THC. He has went to 2 different classes, and I'm sure that there will be more to come over that.
One moment, Your Honor. Was it recommended that your son attend summer school
Yes.
the last couple of years after school, he was out of summer school? And you chose to not put him in summer school,
I
correct?
actually did send him to summer school
You did?
Mhm.
When did he go to summer school?
This last summer.
Did he finished and completed it?
No, he, I told him that if he would go to summer school and do the 2 weeks of summer school and put out effort and show me that he was willing to do that, to complete it, I would let him, when the time came, he could get his GED.
So as long as he went for 2 weeks, then you would let him off the hook
Letting him off the hook.
for not completing the rest of summer school?
Summer school's only 2 weeks.
What about the summer before?
He didn't go to summer school. We went
Was he
somewhere.
recommended to go?
Yes.
But he didn't go.
No, I think we went on vacation or something.
That's all.
Be direct. Mr. Sanders, were you intending to make an exhibit of that?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, I would like to make that the next number exhibit.
Mrs. Strickland, you testified that you created a Plenty of Fish account so that you can see if he's got an account? there?
Yes,
And did you find one?
I did. I knew he had an account.
What is his profile name on there?
Last of a dying breed. Someone proved me wrong.
Does it have a year after the profile name?
It just says 2.
Does it say 2023 on there?
No, it just says 2 on it, ...
Can you read his brief description of
Oh,
himself?
yes, I'm sorry. At the top, it does say last of a dying breed 2023.
Okay, so that's his profile.
Mhm.
And can you read the description there?
Someone proved me wrong.
Okay, second page.
Do you want me to read all of it or just the one at the bottom?
Donna, may I approach?
May.
About
Okay. About Bull Rider 420. You can usually chasing some new adventure or fishing or hanging out with my dog, looking for someone that enjoys and values the same dreams and ambitions that I do. Is she out there looking for that ride to die?
Now, the Plenty of Fish that you created, you took that off as soon as you saw his.
I deactivated it, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play a video
but I'm gonna need you to identify it first, okay?
Okay.
We
What is
need to
this?
switch.
What is this video of?
Mr. Strickland proclaiming to the whole world that he's unmarried.
I think it's an improper,
Yeah.
I think it's an improper foundation to lay for the showing of
Pretty
the
well
video.
established that both of them had claimed to be divorced when they were not divorced. Is there any reason other than cumulative evidence to play that?
Well, it goes to his credibility as well, Your Honor.
Or
It goes to his credibility. He just testified that he never did that, and now I'm going to show that he indeed say that.
like,
You recognize that video?
Yes,
And was that taken after you filed for the divorce?
yes,
And who's that person standing there?
that is Patrick.
Yeah, y'all give me a lot better feedback than my dog. So I'm a songwriter and recently divorced, and I turned down a lot of record deals for the wrong woman, and I should have chased my dream. And you're never too old to start again, I guess. But I'll play some music for you, and I hope you enjoy it.
That was him saying to his audience that he has been recently divorced.
Yes,
Is that correct? And that he has turned down deals for the wrong woman.
yes.
And I'm just gonna ask you about David, okay?
Okay.
Has he been following the recommendations that are being asked of him
Yes.
currently? Now, you testified he tested positive for marijuana and meth.
Hmm.
Is he going to have another test?
Yes, I'm gonna get him a hair follicle test.
Okay. The meth part, do you know that he uses that?
No, he wouldn't, he doesn't.
Okay. And so that could have been a fluke or
Yes,
something wrong with the testing,
Judge
maybe?
objection, it's complete speculation. He tested positive.
Sustained, that would require her to speculate as to why that test was positive.
Yes, Judge. But but there is another test that's gonna happen soon here, is that
yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay. And is he homeschooling right now?
yes,
Okay. Now, Jody, your friend, did you testify that she vapes?
yes, she has a cart.
Would you have a problem if you know, the judge tells you nobody should be vaping around children if that happens?
No, and she wouldn't either.
Okay. Now, you were asked about did you have a PIN to withdraw money from that business card account? Are you able to withdraw money from that?
No,
account?
not without the card.
Okay. Are you able to see what's in the account?
No.
Like log into the website?
No,
So the only thing really you can do is pay with that account,
yes.
correct? But for you to be able to do that, you have to make sure that you ask him to put money in that account.
Yes.
Okay.
If we're talking about the business account,
The business account?
yes, okay.
Okay. Is there another card?
Yes, he had an account with Pinnacle.
Mhm.
And I had a card to that when I needed money, he would put it in there.
Okay. Do you still have that?
No, he shut the account down.
And I'm just gonna show you last photo here. You already have this. Yes. And then 15. Okay. And then the video that I showed, that's in that stick that I gave you on Monday. The video that I showed, it's included in that.
All right, so the video you just played was on that thumb drive,
Yes, Judge.
and we'll just making part of the collective exhibit.
Okay, so the judge talked to your, asked your husband about those photos, correct? I just want to make sure that we entered those.
Yes.
And where were those taken?
This one is taken on his boat,
Okay, is there a date on there?
September 17th.
Okay, and then the next picture, where was that taken?
This was taken in his camper.
Okay. I would like to enter those as exhibits.
There's the same objection as to the timing. It predates any, our temporary order in this case.
What do they purport to show?
Those are the pictures of the marijuana that was found in his camper.
Overruled.
That's all I have.
Sanders?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Hendrickson, you have other witnesses?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, I have the last witness, Miss Julie Kuhn. She'll be outside.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Julie Kuhn.
Okay. And how are you familiar with the parties here?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you related to them?
I was the original listing agent in July of 2022.
Okay. And what property was that you were listing?
Burns,
And if you'll
Tennessee.
pull the base of that microphone towards you a little bit, just pull it down, it moves. So, now the base, grab hold up, there you go. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. And when was that again, when you had the listing of that house?
I am trying to go back to my notes. Please forgive me. 9/12/2022
Okay. And how long did you have the listing?
until 11/30/2022.
Okay. And the listing just terminated?
Yes, ma'am.
The contract
Yes,
itself
ma'am.
got terminated, or was it terminated by either party? to the
Mr.
contract?
Strickland terminated it.
Okay. Did he terminate it before the contract expired, or did
Yes,
it not?
ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes,
he
ma'am.
terminated it before the contract expired.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I'm gonna give you documents here that you provided for me previously. And what I want for you to tell the judge is your opinion on the current fair market value of this property, if you can. If you can go through your process of determining the value of this property.
There are more than one parcel to this property. You've got a commercial piece, and then you have a residential piece, and both are evaluated separately, but they both need to be sold together due to the road frontage only being 116 feet touching the road on Old Spencer Mill Road, and that's coming off of the commercial piece. There's approximately 5 to 6 acres there. 4 acres on one and 1 acre. This courthouse retrieval system has a tax map of everything that I'm referring to. And
Ms. Goon, I'm sorry, I didn't establish your background. How long have you been doing, how long have you been a realtor?
I've been a real estate agent since 2014, but But I've been in the title industry my entire life. I'm still a title agent.
Okay. And which area do you concentrate on?
I'm in Middle Tennessee. I do Davidson County, Dixon County, Williamson County, Montgomery County, Hickman County.
Okay, you're everywhere.
In the state of Tennessee, I'm licensed to sell.
Okay, and then, but this particular property here, Burns, Tennessee, are you familiar with that area there? The
Yes,
properties
ma'am.
there?
Born and raised in Dixon County, know the area well.
And you've sold properties there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, but how many properties have you sold in the last year, just here in this area?
Well, in Dixon County, I would estimate approximately 10 properties within the past 2.5 years.
Okay. And would the price range be around, this property that we're discussing here?
Some, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and continue your explanation.
With the 2 maps and parcels, and there's some really interesting buildings, a restaurant. It's a very remarkable piece of property. It has a lot to offer. And if you take and YouTube this address, you'll see the video that I put together when I marketed the property. And it's a very pretty property. Great views. Since then, Mr. Strickland has actually built a garage. And I do believe with everything I've done in research, you could put it on the market for $770,000. Real estate this time is slower than last year. I think everyone's aware of the interest rates, and sometimes it takes 3 to 6 months to market a property and to sell it of this value.
What was the amount you thought it should be listed for?
$770,000.
And if you were to get this listing, when would you start putting it out on the market? Given the holidays coming, end of year, and all those things in consideration.
Wednesday, 2 days
Within
after
this-
Christmas.
Oh, okay, 2 days after Christmas.
Yes.
And you testify that it probably will usually take about 3-6 months.
When you have a property over $500,000, unless someone has cash, they don't want the high interest rates. And that has slowed the market down tremendously.
So when you when you came up with your number, did you do a market analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And compare this home with other homes that were sold prior?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Sanders, you have questions?
Ms. Coon, you listed the property from July of 2022 to November of 2022.
Estimated, yes, sir.
And what was your listing price at that time?
Originally 1.2 million.
And you all came down
Yes, sir.
incrementally?
Yes, sir.
And what was the last list price before your contract was terminated?
$875. I do believe. Now, I had to call my office this morning to get the information. I've kind of been put on the spot to ask to show up today, and so I do apologize if I'm off a bit.
I do apologize to you. That wasn't us. But if I told you that it's our understanding that the property had been reduced down into the 7s without action, do you know whether or not that's true?
I do know it's true because I've done my research on my way in with my office. They kind of give me the rundown. I know Hodges and Fushi. I know the agent, very lovely lady.
So again, let me ask you, so what was the last list price that you had it listed at?
I honestly can't remember.
Did you receive any offers?
No, sir.
No. How many times was the property shown?
3. If not, that's estimating, maybe more. 4, 2.
What did you said 2 for? What are you talking, you saying?
Mr. Strickland. Held, I mean, I can't remember. I know I met two different people out there, two different times, and I think someone else showed up there without me.
And out of those showings, no offer was received?
That's correct. There was no open houses either.
Did you schedule any open houses?
No, sir.
And what goes into the process to decide whether or not to have an open house on a property?
The family schedule.
Okay.
It's
And
really
this-
the intent of the family.
And this family, for whatever reason, it didn't happen?
That's correct.
Did you ever go into the home?
Yes, sir.
You viewed the actual inside of
Yes,
the
sir.
home? What do you recall the condition of the inside of the
Yes, sir.
home? Did it look good?
Yes, sir.
You said Mr. Strickland terminated the contract with you.
Yes, sir.
You recall anything specific about that conversation or how that came about?
That he wanted to take it off the market.
Were they unhappy that it had been on the market that long without any more activity or showings and no offers?
He did not indicate that to me.
Because you said you listed at 1.2,
Yes, sir.
and it's your recollection that you got down into the eights?
Yes, sir. 875 is my notes here. I'd have to look. I'd have to look again on
So
my
it
research.
was reduced in excess of $300,000 during the time that you had the contract.
It was a very life-changing time in real estate with the interest rates going up and the market falling.
And in your opinion, this property is going to take you how long to sell it?
3 to 6 months. There's a couple other things you could do differently. I could do open houses. Springtime's coming. Real estate sells better in the spring and summer than in the winter months. It's just it's not as active in the winter months.
But what happens if a house is on the market for sale and the house payment's not being able to be made?
If the house payments aren't made and there's a mortgage, then there's foreclosure.
And what if a family doesn't have 6 months to wait hoping that a property sells?
And they can price it lower. There's a couple of things you could do to that property that I would advise that'd really make it sell.
Do you know who was the agent after you?
Leslie Allison at Hodges and Fushi.
And do you know what she had it listed at?
My notes say that she started off 223 coming soon, 46 active at 650 the same day, canceled it, put it back on the market 427 active at 999.9. 726 reduced it to 950.
Hold on just a second. You're talking really fast and you're throwing out a lot of numbers. Are you giving dates?
When I called my office,
No, just listen to my question. You're saying 726 and at this, are you giving dates that it
Yes,
was
sir.
listed at that price?
they originally listed at 999.9 on
What
April
was
the
that date?
27th. April the 27th, 2023.
Okay? And was that reduced?
Yes, sir.
What was it reduced to?
On July the 26th, it was reduced to 950.
Was it reduced again?
Yes, sir.
What was the next reduction?
August the 11th was the date to 800,000.
Was that the last one?
No, sir.
Okay, what was the next reduction?
August the 30th,
Okay,
725. 725,000.
and was that the last reduction?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to know if there were showings?
No, sir.
You don't have to give me
I
that
did not
information.
investigate that.
Okay.
But I am aware there's no sign out there. I did look. When you list a property, one of the things I ask that if you want to reduce it, please let me know. I'm happy to reduce it and market it.
And folks, I assume, would typically reduce the price if they're not getting traffic and activity.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Your Honor.
Hendrickson?
So when you had the listing, you were getting into the winter
Madam
months,
Mayor, my
is
client
that
have a
correct?
5-minute, can we have a 5-minute break? He needs to use the
We'll
restroom.
give you more than a 5-minute break. We'll give you a 15-minute break.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll make it our morning recess.
Thank you.
Rise.
And then, and you said that if you take this listing, you would consider open houses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that increase the probability of it being sold,
It would increase the traffic flow
the traffic flow? Okay.
of people knowing that it's on the market, it's for sale. Open houses let even the neighbors come look.
Okay. And then you testify that, so the 770,000 that you testified to, would that be the number that you would start with?
Yes, ma'am.
And you feel like it's a fair market value? to
Yes,
begin with?
ma'am. It is a fair market value.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and we'll release you from any further testimony. Ms. Hendrickson, you have another witness?
No, Your Honor, that's my proof.
Sanders, you have any other witness?
Call Brandon Martin, Your Honor, he's outside.
No. Yes. Well, no, I'm not gonna sign it. You brought me an order that stays the, oh, wait. Hold on a second. That's a different order.
State your name.
Brandon Jeffrey Martin.
Mr. Martin, do you know the Stricklands that are here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
How do you know them?
I started working for Mr. Strickland through a Facebook ad for tree work, groundsman.
How long have you done that?
It'll be 7 years, July.
And have you visited in their home and things like that?
Yes, all 7 years, pretty much helped build it for the addition to the house, pretty much.
What's the nature of what are you doing right now? What's your job?
I'm the foreman, pretty much take care of the crew. When Orlando's out on vacation or whatever, I handle business affairs, everything except for knowing credit and financials and stuff like that. But other than that, I run the crew on the job site, talk to customers.
Has the work changed any recently?
I would say in the 7 years that I've worked for Music City Tree, this last year, through the whole proceedings of the divorce, it's a lot slower than it has been.
Have you observed the Stricklands with their children?
Yes.
Have you had an occasion to observe Miss Strickland with the children?
Yes.
What have you observed her as far as parenting with the children?
Normal parenting. There's been certain occasions where my upbringing would bring back my memories, but things would get kind of be she would allow them to do it, not really allow them to do it, but really wouldn't, not a discipline, like in a way, I don't understand like how to explain it, but I wouldn't say bad parent. I wouldn't say, good parent. I wouldn't say she wouldn't do anything bad, if that's what you're asking now.
What about Mr. Strickland? Have you observed him with the kids?
Yes.
And they have children together, and then she has children
Yes.
as well. But they all live there together?
Yeah, up until recently, Owen, I do know he does go transfers between Lindsay and his father. Mason, David, Gus, and Zaylee have always been in the house. Up until the divorce, he was in the house too. Well, till the proceedings, he's been in the camper.
Now, have you observed Mr. Strickland with the children?
Yes.
And what have you observed with Mr. Strickland and the kids?
The same, we go on the boat, they go camping, you know, it's parenting 101, has ups and downs for, as any other normal parent.
Is he attentive to the children?
Yes.
Do they appear to be having fun and love their father?
As you would think a young child would see the world, and not as what's going on here, yes.
And does Mr. Strickland interact well and appear to love the children?
As much as any other father would, yes.
That's all, Your Honor.
Ms. Hendrickson?
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning.
Do you smoke weed with Mr. Strickland?
And CBD,
Just CBD,
yeah,
not marijuana?
from the Delta, from Perfect Plant. It's
Who
technically
supplies?
Delta 10,
Okay, Delta 10.
yes.
Who supplies the CBD?
Perfect Plant,
And do you buy it?
yes,
Okay, so you get your own?
yes.
Does Mr. Strickland give you some too?
Not really like give, but we you know, it's all the same.
Okay,
It's not like he's selling it to me or anything like that, no.
okay. Do you drink alcohol with him as well?
Yes,
Is it usually after your day's work?
yep.
Y'all go to the shop?
I go to the shop, we go to the shop, put all the saws away, all the vehicles. We have how the job went. He asked how it all went down, it went. Customer's happy if we cleaned up right. Gives us the lowdown the next following day. It's kind of a wind down period.
Right, and so you have alcohol there. Is that usually every day after a job is done?
More than most, not every day.
Okay. Did you go to the Florida trip with them last year?
I've been to Florida with Mr. Strickland on a hurricane and a boating trip.
Okay. Were you on that trip where David was also there?
Yes, on the very last trip, yes.
On the very last trip. Do you recall passing out marijuana in the boat and David was also partaking?
David wasn't partaking in my accord. We were partaking with Mr. Strickland and the other occupants on the boat for the trip.
Okay. But David was there.
David was there, yes.
He would have been how old? 16 years old?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
He's just about to be 17, yes.
All right.
This was a couple months ago, so. Yes.
Okay. So marijuana was being passed around just the adults, not the minor child.
No, I've never seen David really with it, no.
Okay. When was the last tree cutting was with Mr. Strickland?
Yesterday,
So you had
yes,
you had to do a job yesterday?
yes.
Where was that?
In Dixon.
In Dixon? Can
Yes.
you tell me the name of the customer?
I'm very bad with names.
Do you know how much you all made from that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any other jobs lined up
After Christmas,
after Christmas?
yes.
Specifically January, February?
No, literally the Tuesday after Christmas.
Oh, okay. Okay. How many jobs are lined up?
All I know is as we go on, just the one for right now.
Just one.
Because of like during winter, it's kind of slow. The tornado of Nashville is kind of gave us some extra work, which we've been working, but normally week before Thanksgiving, all the way till after New Year's, it's very slow. It's usually what we call our winter work.
Okay. But after the tornado, do you recall how many jobs you all did?
I do not, because I was not here during that week. I was actually moving from one house to another, so I did not work that week. I did work the Sunday of the day after the tornado, took a tree off a house, but the following week, I was not there for the whole week.
But as far as you know, there were more jobs, you were just not.
The crew was
The
working,
crew,
yes.
okay. How many crew are there?
Right now, my son is one, James Wilson is another. Before the tornado, my brother-in-law also was working with us.
What is your son's name?
Matthew Falcon,
Matthew, what's the last name again?
Elkin.
Falcon, okay. And your brother-in-law, is that what you said?
My brother-in-law, who is biological to my wife,
What is his name?
Jacob Ayers.
Okay. So currently, it's you, James, what's James' last name?
Wilson.
Wilson, okay. And then your son, Matthew.
Yes.
Okay, so the brother-in-law's not,
No, he
not a
quit.
crew anymore?
He quit last week,
Oh, quit last week, okay.
but up until last week, yes, it was just us.
Okay. He was not let go, he quit on his own?
Yes, he quit on his own accord.
Okay.
We do also have a climber, but he is helping his family in Gatlinburg. I forgot about Pip.
Oh, what's the name of that
Pip
climber?
Meyer.
Pip Meyer?
Pip, P-I-P.
Okay. So is he still considered an active?
He has never, he hasn't quit technically. His climbing gear is still in our saw shack with all of his saws and stuff.
Okay, so you anticipate that right after Christmas, you'll have one job and then it will just continue from there?
As it always does for winter work. It's usually right after New Year's. Once it starts to warm back up, springtime, that's when we go back to 40 hours a week, basically.
40 hours a week. Is this your full-time job?
This is-
Okay. Does Mr. Strickland keep guns around the children?
They're locked up in 2 safes. He has a personal carry, and so does Miss Strickland.
Has anyone used a bomb in front of Mason or any of the other children?
No.
Okay. How much do you get paid?
I get paid $30 an hour.
How much?
30.
$30 an hour? From August to today, were you getting your hours pretty much?
No.
So,
We get paid what we work.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed. Work 5 hours a week to work 50 hours a week.
right, well, let's say for November.
November, I'd say we worked a good 3 days every week, and possibly 4. We had like a good week. We had one good week in there. We worked all 5.
Okay, so for November, 3 days to 4 if it's a good week.
Yeah, it's usually, we start at 7:30 in the morning. We meet at the shop at 7, but we're usually done by 12, 1 o'clock, unless the job is a really big job, and then it goes until dark and possible into the next day.
Okay, that's a great schedule. So I'm going back, so November, October, how much work did you all do there per week?
Is the purpose or relevance of all of these questions you're asking this witness? This is a temporary hearing that we're dealing with your motion for contempt and then the 2 restraining orders. I'm trying to figure out,
Yes, Your
going
Honor.
into that detail.
Your Honor, so I anticipate that Mr. Strickland will represent that he's not gonna be able to pay the
No motion
mortgage.
down today for him for relief. He hasn't filed a motion asking to be relieved from that order. We're only here about whether or not he has or has not violated the order. So your questions are not relevant. This is the second day we've been going through all of this information. That's a temporary hearing, and we're not going to take all day to do this. I have another case that's also
understand,
waiting to
Your
be
Honor.
heard, so you need to speed up what
Speed
you're
up.
doing so that we can get through this case.
Your Honor, so the other ex parte that pertains to the house, I anticipate that he will argue that he's not gonna be able to pay the house, so he would argue for an auction. And we're arguing that it should be sold on a regular realtor basis, and so
Want to
this
fix
is
that
my,
problem?
that's all I have, Your Honor.
Sanders?
Nothing further for this
Thank you,
witness.
sir. You may stand down. Mr. Sanders, you may call your next witness.
Call Mr. Strickland, Your Honor, to be my last witness.
Strickland, I would remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
You are Patrick Strickland, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to kind of go through the matters that are presently before the court. Have you knowingly put your children in any dangerous situation?
No, sir.
Have you exposed them to drinking or alcohol or the marijuana?
No, sir. Anytime my children were with me, that was completely away from them.
And do you purchase a CBD product in Nashville?
I do, yes, sir.
Is that the source, the only source?
The only
of that that you
source.
have?
The only time I don't go to the store there and get it is when the owner, because I know the owner, my office, my Music City Tree Service office is actually Suite C in the same building. He owns Suite A and B, and we've been long-term friends. So sometimes he comes and sees me and brings it to me instead of me having to go to the store. But that's the only place I get it from because it's legal.
Now, you recall the night that you had you were taken to a hospital, you were hospitalized briefly.
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir.
You recall that?
I do.
And is there any secret as to what happened that night? I mean, do you acknowledge that, yes, that happened? Were you upset?
I was very upset. Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court kind of how it happened?
So I went to bed. I was in the bed asleep, and before I went to sleep, I'd been messaging Lakeisha about our son Holden. He had been in trouble and had ran away, and no one could find him. So she had reached out to me to see if he had contacted me, and that was the basis of the conversation. And so I went to bed, and just like every night, Lindsay takes my phone and goes through it. And she's seen the text message. So I opened it up and I showed her every message for the last 3 months was about the child only. And then she's like, well, you should just go chase her and tell her you love her and all that. So I was like, that's fine, I will. And I left and I told her that I was leaving and I was done and she could have everything if that's what it took, but I wasn't going to live that way anymore. And so I left and I went to a graveyard to cool down. And the next thing I know, the police were showing up. No one called me to see if Cameron didn't call me. Lindsay didn't call me. No one called me to see if I was okay. They just assumed. And then the next thing I know, an officer showed up. And of course, he asked me what was wrong. And I was distraught. So I told him I was at my end. I could not deal living this way and watching my children being neglected. And then so he took me to the hospital to speak to someone. I spoke to a psychiatrist, I believe, on a computer, and he asked for Lindsay's phone number, so I give it to him. And then the next thing I know, a nurse is coming in asking me to take Prozac, saying that my wife were sending
Your Honor,
me
I would
to
object to
facility.
hearsay.
That's
Objection is to hearsay, Mr. Sanders. I assume it's the nurses coming in saying his wife told them that he was suicidal and that's why he needs to take Prozac.
I think what the nurse Well, the
Overall,
nurse-
I'm gonna allow it simply because it goes to the background of this whole situation.
So how long were you there at the hospital?
The hospital or the psychiatric facility?
Both.
The hospital, I was there maybe 3 hours, 4 hours.
And the next facility? how
I
long?
was there for 4 days.
You heard Ms. Kuhn testify. Did you terminate her the last time that she was y'all's real estate agent?
I did, yes, sir.
And why did you all terminate her?
We had reconciled and decided to take the house off the market.
Was there any activity during the time?
There was 2 people that came that were not interested. There was no activity.
If the court orders that the house be listed or however, whatever else, are you agreeable to Ms. Kuhn being the
No.
agent?
No, sir.
You would like for the court to use someone else?
Yes, sir.
Do you have another name?
I do not. I know it's a very unique property to sell, so I've had it listed for almost 2 years and it hasn't sold.
You love your children?
More than anything in this world.
Have you seen them or talked with them since the restraining order?
Once. I
And-
seen them. I seen my little boy once, and I try to text them every day on their iPad that I bought for them, but she regulates that and doesn't let them speak with me.
Prior to the restraining order, at the same time, essentially, was Mason staying with you in the camper?
He was, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And what was your understanding of why he was in your camper?
She kicked.
Objection, Your Honor. This was asked and answered already. We've talked about this multiple times. And he has been asked
Ask and answer.
again.
I didn't recall that, but if it has been, if the court recalls that, then I'll.
Stay the objection.
But he was living at your house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had your wife expressed any disagreement with him being down there?
No, no,
at your
sir.
camper?
Only when she wanted me to make him come back, and he was scared to go back, and I told her I wasn't going to make him.
I believe that's all, Your Honor.
Ms. Hendrickson?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Strickland, I wrote this down because I thought it was significant. You said you love your children more than anything in this world.
Yes, sir. I do.
More than weed,
Yes, sir.
more than alcohol.
Yes, sir.
You understand, you keep doing that, you're going to lose your contact with the children entirely.
Yes, sir.
Step down. Mr. Sanders, you may call your next witness.
I have no additional witnesses, Your Honor.
Any rebuttal proof?
No, Your Honor.
I'll hear your argument.
Judge, we've heard over and over again that Mr. Strickland has misrepresented a lot of things, including his use of marijuana, abuse of alcohol, even having mental health issues. When Mason stayed at the camper, he had allowed him to access the AR that was depicted on the picture. And Mason began posting suicidal ideations in his own social media as if he was following the footsteps of his father. This is very concerning to my client, Your Honor. Lots of testimony about marijuana exposure to the minor children. He even offered David his roaches in his own words. And then he denies that he meant marijuana. Instead, he's saying now that it's CBD. Tested positive for marijuana. We never got that result. My client just came upon that test result somehow in the house. So we would request, Your Honor, at this point, a nail bed test or a hair follicle test. Visitation. My client doesn't have an issue with Mr. Strickland being around the children, just make sure that they will not be exposed to any illegal substances and possibly supervised visitation if he has a supervisor. But definitely not in the camper when these visits will occur. Psych evaluation will need to be done by Mr. Strickland. We provided the facility that performed the evaluation on my client. Alcohol and drug program of some sort. My client requests that you order that if you're agreeable to that, to Mr. Strickland.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So the Main Street assessment, they did recommend that Mr. Strickland attend their alcohol and drug program. I don't know what what it entails, how long and all those things, but my client would request that he be ordered to attend that program or any comparable program that Your Honor would prefer. On the contempt issue, we have proven that he was served with a complaint. Statutory injunctions was attached to that. He was on notice of the things that cannot be done. Also, the agreed order that the parties entered October the 20th of this year prohibited either party from discussing the divorce, and proof showed, and he admitted, Mr. Strickland admitted, Your Honor, that he did discuss this with Zaylee, with Mason, and my client's son, David. The agreed order also specified that the deadly weapons and illegal substances shall be kept away from the minor children's reach. Proof showed he violated that. The agreed order stated that the house shall be maintained in the market and the proceeds shall be deposited with the court, and there were some other stipulations there. However, on his own accord, Mr. Strickland took the property off the market without discussing it with my client. He has sold, he testified, the Suburban horse trailer and the excavator without my client's approval or agreement. My client never saw the money on that. At this point, Your Honor, we would ask that you find Mr. Strickland in contempt of all the things that we have listed. And we would ask that Mr. Strickland be required to produce the login and passcode for all the bank accounts. My client wants to know where the money went.
You have a motion down regarding that? Because we're only dealing with the motions that are before the court, and I don't see a motion that deals with your request for that information.
I do not, Your Honor, but general relief is what I put in my prayer for relief. So
Sorry, what?
I also put any other relief that the court may deem.
I don't think other relief will substantiate a specific request that was not delineated, so go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor. And then lastly, my client just wants some safeguards for the children. She does not have any intention of alienating the children from Mr. Strickland. And so my client is also agreeable to be divorced. She is agreeable to be declared divorced today, if you will, if you're still considering that.
Yeah, but what?
To be declared divorced today, if you're still considering that. She's agreeable to that.
That was kind of a one-time offer. I didn't seem too excited about that. We'll see what Mr. Strickland says through his lawyer.
And that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Strickland openly admitted that he sold those items that he's been accused of selling. His testimony was that it went into the LLC account, which the parties have always, in my opinion, mistakenly used as a family account. That's where all the money goes in and goes out. But that's where it went to pay bills. Ms. Strickland certainly enjoyed the use of those proceeds by the fact that her car payment was made, the support payments were made, the household payments were made, the mortgage was paid, all those things were paid by that. So as to that, he admitted that he did those things, and what punishment he should suffer. I'll leave that to the court, whether it be that the court consider a offset or some sort of thing like that as far as, once the house is sold. As to the house, Your Honor, Ms. Strickland, although apparently a house cleaner by trade, although she's currently not using that skill, certainly not using that skill in her own home, as evidenced by the photographs. The pictures depicted a home that nobody would buy. It wasn't. Nobody's going to walk into that home and make an offer based on the condition that she kept that home. And so that's why Mr. Strickland's position was that the house should be auctioned. They've listed now with two separate agents, either of whom were able to sell the house, being Ms. Kuhn and then the agent after her. Finally, Your Honor, with respect to the children, I think it's rather disingenuous for Ms. Strickland to kick her son out of the home to go stay in the camper with his father, only to then turn around and complain that his father is not appropriate to be around kids because the son apparently took a picture of himself with a gun. My recollection of that testimony was that she knew when it got posted to social media, but could not say when that photograph was taken. Now, on top of that, we know that her own son is facing some sort of delinquent charges for testing positive for meth while in her care. So, but now suddenly, Mr. Strickland is the one that's suddenly unfit to be around children. And so that's why we're asking for the court to put any conditions it wants on Mr. Strickland's behavior moving forward, but to immediately reinstate the visitation that was as contained in the agreed order. Furthermore, Your Honor, the things that have been testified to here today, and I know I objected and I was overruled, but many of these things, if not all, were certainly known by the parties at the time of the agreed order, and most of which occurred prior to the last agreed order in this case.
Well, this is here before the court on two different restraining orders that are being asked. One was dealing with the sale of the real property, and Mrs. Strickland was seeking a restraining order to keep him from going through with the Mark Spain realtor and selling the property. Second was a restraining order regarding the removal of the minor children from her care based upon an affidavit, a sworn statement regarding things that had occurred since the entry of that order. This, in the last will, was that there was a motion for criminal contempt. This order today will resolve all of those issues and replace them. Mr. Sanders, as your client indicated earlier in open court that he wanted to be divorced today, is that still his wish? You understand that that means that you're still able to bring up all of this dirt you want to throw at each other at a hearing on any issue regarding alimony or spousal support, but you're not going to be worried about grounds. You're going to be divorced at that point. It also fixes the date of property ownership, meaning that from thereafter, it would mean that each of you would own property. If you acquire property after you've been divorced, then it might be your separate property unless you use funds that were a part of the marital estate to acquire that. So I'm going to ask you both to tell me, do you want to be divorced today? Ms. Strickland, do you want to be divorced today or not?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You're going to have to stand up because our reporter can't see you.
Yes.
Then I will declare them to be divorced without a finding of fault. This does not resolve any issues or prevent either side from litigating any issues of fault regarding any spousal support claims and so forth, because that is the statutory factor. I'm going to deal with a real property first. The real property is going to be listed with a reputable realtor. I don't have anything against the realtor that was here, but Mr. Strickland has issues with her, and I want both parties to be satisfied with that. They have an independent realtor who's going to do a good job of marketing their property. Therefore, they will agree upon a realtor. If they cannot agree upon a realtor, they will both submit 2 names of local realtors, and I will decide which one will be listing the property. I don't care who it is. I don't have any connection with any realtor, but I would prefer that you, through your lawyers, agree on a realtor. Once a realtor is selected, that realtor will recommend the listing price for the property, and that will be the price that it's listed at. And the property will be listed for a period of at least 6 months. Mrs. Strickland will be allowed to continue remaining living in the home, except for any time that Mr. Strickland might be allowed to come in there, which I'll deal with in a moment. And Mrs. Strickland will be required to keep the property in marketable condition, clean, and so forth. I saw the pictures. It looked strong. It did not look dirty, but it looked strong. And with a house full of teenagers and other kids, having grown up in a family of 5 children, of my family, and having had 4 children in my home at one time, it is difficult sometimes to keep it straight. But if you're going to market your house, you got to keep it organized so that you may get a call and in 2 hours somebody's going to come look at your house. So it's going to have to be done. Upon neither side will have the unilateral right to terminate the listing agreement or to accept an offer that's made. It will be jointly done, and if you can't agree, if we get an offer on the house and one side wants to take it, the other one doesn't, you're gonna have to file a motion. You have to come before the court to have the court determine whether that's a fair price or not. We'll conduct probably a 2-day hearing on that issue alone. I hope not, but anyway. Then the next thing I think that resolves the issue. The mortgage will continue to be paid by Mr. Strickland according to the terms of that prior order, simply because there's no motion down to address that issue. I have making my ruling today, judging the credibility of the witnesses who have appeared before me and the credibility of the parties. While both of them have issues, and I certainly don't think that either of them is without fault, Mr. Strickland, I don't really find you to be very credible about the issue regarding the marijuana situation. Judge Robert Birch used to always tell my clients when I would have a client who he didn't believe, he said, I didn't fall off the turnip truck when it came through the middle of town. That was his way of saying, I'm not that dumb that I believe it. I have read through the documents, I've read through the emails, I've looked at the photographs, and frankly, I find that you have been using marijuana. You tested positive for THC in a level that, in my opinion, would not be from CBD. I don't care whether you use CBD or not. Don't give it to your children. That just encourages them, starts them down the path that you're already there. And I'm not going to allow you to use CBD in their presence. If you have to use it, you use it somewhere else. I have a hard time believing that it carries that much benefit that you would do it around your children anyway. But when you write an email to one of your children and say that don't steal my weed, you take the roaches, I mean, that's the part that I find completely unbelievable, and that's why I asked you about it. And your explanation to me was completely without credibility. So when I don't really care if you smoke marijuana, I do care, it's illegal. But if you admitted that you just smoked marijuana and that's what that was, that's one thing. But when you take the stand and and you try to pull the wool over the court's eyes by saying something that clearly is patently untrue, that creates a lot of problems with it. Beyond that, the officer's report that's filed in the court file, that where he says that you told him you put a gun in your mouth, the report from Main Street Assessments where they said you admitted smoking marijuana daily, those things obviously are contradictions of you taking the stand and saying, no, that's not true. So apparently it's everyone in the world is lying about your situation except you. And I just frankly don't find that to be true. Now, why is that important? Because your credibility on some of these other issues goes to the same. For example, your testimony regarding you had to sell this equipment in order to pay the bills, and that you blamed her for running down the company and so forth. Well, the only problem with that is that your own nephew got up here or your relative, and testified on Zoom that he was the one that you were paying the bills and he was the one who was doing it. There's no proof other than your testimony that she in some way destroyed or damaged your business. You're still doing the same thing. You're just not operating apparently under that business so that you are not using it as the Music City tree service or whatever it is. So why is that important? Because you've been charged with violation of the statutory injunction. Now, I want to read this for you so that you understand the statutory injunction that's set forth. And by statutory, I mean the state law of the state of Tennessee has a law that says when a person is served with a complaint for divorce, it says the following about property. Do not do anything to any property that belongs to both of you that makes it worth less money. This means you cannot sell, spend, destroy, harm, transfer, assign, borrow against, hide, or do anything with it unless the court orders it or your spouse agrees. It goes on to say you may use your income for expenses that'll let you keep living as you were when you were married, pay the usual costs of your business in the same way you always do, but you must keep records of all expenses. I find that your sale of the items that were cited in the criminal contempt motion, and criminal contempt means I have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that you did violate that order. And I do find beyond a reasonable doubt by your own testimony that you believed or that you sold the Suburban without the plaintiff's consent, and that you, on November the 26th, you sold an excavator without her consent, and that on about November the 28th, you sold the party's horse trailer without the mother's consent. And I don't find that the buying of an SUV without the mother's consent constituted a violation of the statutory injunction. So I find him guilty of 3 counts of violating of the statutory injunction. In each of those cases, he is sentenced to 10 days in the county jail, which is the maximum I can impose. If it were civil contempt, then I could hold him in contempt and incarcerate him until he remedied that situation. But criminal contempt is punishing him for something he did. In each of those 10 days, I will suspend those sentences and run them consecutively to one another so that he has a 30-day jail sentence hanging over your head on a criminal contempt. Why am I doing that? Because I intend from this point forward to have some leverage over you to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. Now, this termination of the business, you decide you don't want to do the business, that's fine, but obviously I'll allow Ms. Hendrickson and Mrs. Strickland to explore those issues regarding the business and the income and monies and so forth in discovery, and we'll deal with that later. So far as the other issues of the violation of the order on a criminal contempt, I don't find that any of the others are necessarily rise to the level of beyond a reasonable doubt of willful and intentional violation of the court's order. So therefore, those 3 findings of contempt are all that I impose. Then we have the motion or the restraining orders that are set forth. I'll deal first with the one about the marital home. I've already, by my prior order about how that's going to be listed for sale, have resolved that issue. That dissolves that restraining order and places, in fact, replaces it with this current order regarding the restraining order regarding the children. I asked you a very serious question about when you said you love your children more than anything in the world. hope that that's true for both of you. Both of you are going to have to start acting like they are the most important thing in your world. You already see the effects that some of these things can have on children when they see their parents smoking weed or drinking and carrying on in that way. And that makes it okay for them. I mean, they want to emulate you and they want to be like you. So what they're going to do is they're going to follow in your footsteps. They're going to do everything the same as you can do as soon as they're able to, whether they're an adult or not. Part of that problem is probably why David is having the problems that he's having. But they're teenagers, they're children. You know, you're going to have to take some responsibility for the fact that the two of you and the problems that you've had are contributing to the problems your children are having. And you can stop that by trying to reach an agreement between the two of you that you will treat each other civilly and you'll stop this nonsense. I'm granting you a divorce today, mainly because hopefully that's going to stop some of this animosity towards each other. You're not going to be married to each other anymore. You're going to be free to go out with anybody you want to. You're going to be able to put your face on a dating site and see anybody that you want to. That's entirely your right to do that from this point forward. But your children are going to have to be your primary objective in this case from here on out. You understand why somebody who, and I do find that there was a cause and a reason to believe that there behalf. I'm not critical of that. I mean, you know, you go through a divorce, there are a lot of people who reach at the end of the rope, and drinking and smoking weed will contribute to that. But hopefully you've got yourself straightened out now, and that you're having gone through that treatment that you have, that you don't think in those terms anymore. And for that reason, I want to resume. I'm going to dissolve the restraining order that keeps him from seeing the children. Mrs. Strickland, in her candor on the Monday's hearing, stated that she wanted to see him to see the children, and again today reaffirmed that. She just wanted them to be safe and not exposed to what they were down at the camper. Monday, you told me that you would be willing to let him come to the house to visit with the children, so I'm going to take you up on that. And he will have visitation. Right now, we're at Wednesday, and Christmas is this weekend. So we need to figure out something regarding Christmas. But, you know, the ideal thing would be the children stay in the home and let him come there, and you can leave, and David can stay there in the home. That was part of the original agreement that you made. If he comes to the house and David wants to stay, that he'll be allowed to stay. I assume you have a good enough relationship with him that will not be a problem. I don't want to put him out of his own home right here at Christmas time. But I do think, at least for right now, Christmas Eve is Sunday. So let's start the visitation. Let's start it tomorrow. And are you working, you got a job tomorrow, right?
No, sir.
Well, that's what your man said, you had a job tomorrow.
The Tuesday after Christmas.
The Tuesday after Christmas, all right.
And I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm actually going to my aunt's house in Georgia for Christmas. We had spoke about me getting the kids tomorrow and taking them to Aubrey.
Understand, anything the two of you can agree to, I am fine with. But there's going to be restrictions. You're not going to be able to drink when these children are around you, anything.
I haven't drank in weeks, sir.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not opposed to to people drinking around their children if they do it in moderation. But the proof before me has been that there is an excessive amount. And the witness that testified from Arkansas by Zoom verified pretty much what Mrs. Strickland had said about the level of your drinking. So you're going to have to, one of my old judges I used to be in front of, Judge Leonard Martin, used to say that if alcohol is causing you problems, then you've got an alcohol problem. Now, what that means is simply that if you can consume alcohol without it interacting with your life or creating problems for you, then you don't have an alcohol problem per se. But if it's causing problems, you definitely do. So what I'm going to tell you is you can't drink alcohol when these children are present. And while you're going to a family function, I'm not going to say you can't let the family have it, but you can't be drinking around these kids, you personally. So it may be hard for you. You got to think about that. The only reason I'm doing that is because of this evidence of excessive drinking. So we're going to, while this case is pending, we're just going to make it and the same thing for Ms. Strickland. She won't be drinking. If she does drink, she won't drink around these children, period. Yes, sir. Second thing is there'll be no marijuana whatsoever in you or on your person or in your system when you're around the children. Again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the laws of the state of Tennessee, but it is illegal for marijuana. The CBD stuff, in my opinion, could be used as a cover, and I think we see that. And some people say, "Oh no, it's not really marijuana; it's CBD," because it has some small quantity of THC, and it looks a lot like marijuana. Well, if you need to think about you're going to do the CBD, you might want to think about doing it in a different form than what looks like marijuana to me. So in any event, we won't be having marijuana or even CBD with these children present, so that we can just eliminate that from Mrs. Strickland's situation. I want you to finish your psychological evaluation, and I will give you 30 days to get that done. If you want to use the same one that Mrs. Strickland has done, then so be it. But that will be the case. You'll have 30 days to complete that. In my opinion, the counseling recommended by the Main Street assessment was, I believe, I haven't actually seen the full A&D assessment itself. I don't know that it may have been included in the pleadings, but was not made an exhibit. But it does say that the results of that alcohol and drug assessment and urine drug screen will be addressed by the court on the filing of this motion. So I will say that, that if that recommendation was made by the Main Street assessment, then you will follow that recommendation, get into some sort of counseling programs. Your wife, your former wife now, is in therapy for dealing with whatever the problems are that she had. You need to do the same thing. Lastly, in order to resolve the issue of question of whether anybody's using anything that they shouldn't be using, I'm going to order that either side can request a hair follicle drug test of the other upon giving 24 hours notice. And that will be one time between now and the next time we have a hearing. They can randomly request you to take a hair follicle drug test to see if you're using anything in violation of the court's order. Same thing with you. He can request that of you. The reason I do that is to give you both the assurance that you have some control to see if there's something going on in the other one's life. If that test is requested, you will have 24 hours to complete it, and the results will be forwarded to both the other lawyer, your lawyer, and the court. Now, is there anything that I have not dealt with? Ms. Hendrickson, do you know of anything?
One moment.
Prior orders regarding the assessment of bills and things, that's still a court order. It's not been modified, and I would strongly urge you to find a way to make enough money to pay those bills on a temporary basis. I'm only enforcing what you two agreed to originally, so.
Elder, on your order regarding a realtor, do we have a due date to come up with names if we don't agree?
Yeah, you got, today is the 20th day of December. You've got till the 28th day of December to agree on a realtor. This shouldn't be rocket science. There are plenty of good realtors around. Mr. Sanders, I know, knows a lot of them. So, you know, just y'all see if you can come up with a realtor's name that's in.
Sorry, Elder, you have Missy Chandler.
I'll talk with
Do what?
No, I said I would talk with my client about that.
Anything else that I have not addressed in these issues? Let me say this. There'll be no discussion of this case with the children. That needs to be a part of this order. It was already, I think, ordered under prior order, but I intend to make sure that happens. Don't be talking about the case at all with the children. And right now, what I've put in place is his visitation is going to be for Christmas. When are you coming back? Well, you two work that part out. But I want the visitation to be resumed that was previously ordered, but I want to make sure that it's done at the house rather than at that camper. And then if there's a problem, you all know where I am, so I expect I'd see you again.
Your Honor, I know the court has said it to occur at the camper. He would like an opportunity to obviously do things with the children outside of the home.
As long as, the main thing Ms. Strickland indicated was that she didn't want them in the camper there where marijuana, CBD and all that was. So I don't have any problem with him doing things outside as long as he's not under the influence of an intoxicant when he's driving and he complies with the court's order, he can do things with them. Use your best judgment and common sense is all I'm asking. Just try
I
to
do have an additional provision.
do what?
I do have an additional provision. I
I
apologize.
assumed as much, but go ahead. Come up here to the podium so I can make sure I hear it. Come on up here.
So, Your Honor, even though the parties are now divorced, my client is asking that the children be not exposed for now to any.
She's asking what?
She's asking that the children be not exposed to any romantic relationship for now until
Yeah,
we're.
let's just keep, I mean, they're gonna be surprised to find out mom and dad are suddenly divorced. So let's just don't complicate their lives by bringing another person in. If you're gonna date outside their presence, you'll probably find that if you're gonna date somebody, they probably don't want to be around your children immediately anyway. But if you just don't expose them, we'll put that in the order. Just neither of you have a person that could be construed as a romantic partner or paramour around the children pending the final hearing. After that, you need to understand you're both free to date whoever you want to, as long as they're not a bad influence on the children. Neither of you is going to be able to control the other one about who they see or what. One of the things I cannot abide is one partner threatening the other one because they're suddenly going to be dating somebody else outside of the marriage. So, all right, Ms. Hendrickson, will you make a stab at drawing the order?
Yes, Your Honor.
And submit it to Mr. Sanders for his approval before. Thank you. Then conclude. I think you're both good people. I think you've had a rough patch. And what you're going to find eventually is that right now you've had this business and it's been paying all of your bills and you've been living there. Both of you have supported that one household. Now you're going to have two households. You're going to be living apart. So you're going to have to find a way to make the money, and I assume that means you're going to have to find a job. Obviously, if there's issues regarding alimony or spousal support, we'll deal with that at a later hearing. But right now, the main thing you both need to understand is that it's going to get tough financially for you both when you go through this, because you're splitting what you had for one household over two households. Think about that, and also I'm going to order that they go to mediation before the final hearing. Mediation is a non-adversarial proceeding where you try to negotiate a settlement, because now we're going to be talking about economic issues and the children's parenting plan from here on out, not fault.
If Mr. Strickland were to move off of the property at some point, maybe a good idea, as far as his visitation goes, is the court okay?
I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict. I mean, if he moves to a decent place, then informs Mrs. Strickland where he's living and under what conditions, then that'll be up to her and Ms. Hendrickson as if they can agree. If they cannot, then he could revisit the issue. This is not a permanent requirement that you stay on the property. It might be better that you're not there on the property. But all I'm saying is I can't predict what I would do until I know what the situation is. He is permitted to leave if he wants, and then he's permitted to, the smart thing to do would be find a good place, tell her, hey, there's no limitation on their contact with each other. He can tell her in a very kind way, would you like to come see my new place? And let her come and look at it and see if she likes it. If it looks okay, then she may agree, and you don't have to come back to court and spend attorney's fees in litigating that issue. So, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
What I was going to say is that I think you're both good people. I think you've had a rough patch, Mr. Strickland, and that's your own fault in doing that. I don't intend to want to put you in jail. I don't desire to put you in jail, but I will put you in jail if you violate this order. You understand that? And 30 days in jail is no joke. Same thing goes, Mr. Strickland. I found him in contempt for his violation, but I want you both to understand that from this point, I'd like to see a fresh start, where you both start cooperating and trying to put the best interest of your children first. Because if you don't, then you're going to ruin every major event in your children's lives. You're going to ruin every Christmas, every holiday, every birthday, every school event. There are going to be tense and upset because mom and dad hate each other and they're going to have to be together at the same time. You have a bunch of children that you'd like to have to share some of those major events with. And that will eventually come down to marriages, being able to be involved in your children's marriages, as well as the birth of any grandchildren that you may eventually have. You're young now, but that will be coming at some point. And when that happens, it will be a great event if you could all be together and treat each other civilly so that your children feel comfortable. So think about your children's best interest first. I wish you both the best. We'll try to fix any problems that arise down the road, but I hope you'll work together. Thank you. All right. All right, I have a motion for contempt, and then I have a motion for a scheduling order, and a motion for relief from a prior order, and a motion to compel discovery, and then for attorney's fees. I think in the chronological order, it was the motion for contempt was first. Is that correct?
That I have, that could have been resolved from, if you will recall, you awarded 30,000 and things like that. So I will pass that specific
Right.
motion.
The motion for contempt, having been dealt with by my distribution of that money, will pass that. So, all right, then we're ready to hear the motion for a scheduling order and motion for relief from a prior order, and then a motion to compel. Who filed the motion for a scheduling order? I don't recall. All right. Actually, Mr. Sanders' motion for relief from a prior order is the first in line now. So, Mr. Sanders, we're ready to hear that. You know, it doesn't matter to me, but your motion for relief from the prior order is, in my opinion, the next in chronological sequence, what needs to be done.
Your Honor, early on in this matter, we appeared and at the first pendenti lati hearing in this matter, and at that time, we entered into an agreement whereby Mr. Strickland essentially had agreed to continue to make all of the obligations, all the monetary obligations that he was making during the party's marriage. That included, among other things, car payments for both he and his wife, insurance payments, cell phone bills, at that time, a mortgage obligation, which has now been resolved because the party's house was sold. And we filed this motion, we filed it some time ago, and we are asking for relief from that order because, as is supported by Mr. Strickland's income and expense statement, he no longer has the ability to continue to make all of these obligations. And specifically, what we're asking the court to do today is modify that order and order that Miss Teague, or Miss Strickland would pay her own car payment, pay the insurance on her car, pay for her own cell phone. None of those things has she done up until this point. And
What is left to be done in this case to get it ready for the final hearing?
I believe that we're ready. I would love to have resolved this case a month ago.
Have you two been to mediation?
We have not. We had mediation set, and then we've submitted an agreed order that's been signed that.
Both of you have agreed to waive it. I think I signed the order.
Yeah, yes. Settlement has been difficult. It's not for a lack of offers being made, but settlement has proved elusive in this matter for whatever reason. The clerk is still holding what money she's holding. Mr. Strickland is Mr. Strickland and myself are negotiating the last two debts that the parties have as far as the big marital debts. I think 3 of them have been paid, and there's still 2 more that we're currently negotiating to get them paid in a lump sum. They will be paid by the clerk's office as soon as we get a final amount on that. So the issues they're dwindling at this point, but there are still, and in the meantime, Mr. Strickland, based on his income and expense statement, he just can't continue to make these obligations. So we're asking the court to order that his wife be responsible for the payment of her own car, her own insurance, and her own cell phone. And that he also pays, I believe, $400 a week. That's the current obligation he has to pay her, just additional support payments. And we would like the court to reevaluate that and set child support based on the parties' incomes and the visitation schedule. Because that would allow him to meet his obligations. The car payment that we're talking about, I don't remember the exact amount right here, but it's I think it's well over $1,000 a month.
Both of their car payments were, in this
Yes,
court's estimation anyway, excessive.
yes, they are. And, you know, we talked with them about getting rid of those cars, getting rid of those obligations. That didn't go anywhere. Mr. Strickland was able to use the $30,000 that he was provided to get everything caught up. But when the payments are so high, that money didn't go very far. And so he's kind of back now in the position that he was in before he got the money. I don't know that his wife has expended any of her money, certainly not toward any of these obligations that I've referenced. So that's what we're asking for today, as far as in the relief from the prior order.
Judge, as you may recall, we were in front of you February 26. This is the second motion for relief that Mr. Strickland filed. February 26, you found him in contempt of non-payment. You denied that motion. Nothing has changed under the sun. Mr. Strickland, he was working his 3 services when we filed this divorce. He decided, I'm not going to work anymore, so maybe I don't need to be obligated to support my wife and my children. This is a 13-year marriage. It is not true that my client is not using her own funds. In fact, he paid about $500 on the insurance on the vehicle because Mr. Strickland did not want to pay that. It is behind right now. Cell phone. Mr. Strickland canceled or disconnected my client's cell phone. He's supposed to pay that and replaced it with a prepaid phone. He's now refusing to reload that prepaid phone, which puts my client and the children safety. It's just very concerning that he won't do these things that he's supposed to do. Without your approval of this motion for relief, he's doing all these things. And the second thing is, it is true that, so he has been relieved of some of these obligations, as Mr. Sanders pointed out. He's not paying the mortgage anymore. He is not paying the insurance on that house. When I calculated it, electric, he's not paying that, water, DirecTV, gas. It's about $4,440 that he's not now paying after the marital home was sold. So he is now left with $1,600 a month for temporary support, which is essentially child support, which is really not sufficient at this point, but Ms. Strickland is making do. She's obviously using her really limited income, about $1,000 a month, to augment for the deficiency. After Your Honor awarded the $30,000, as mentioned earlier, he was supposed to get his obligations current, which he did, but the problem is the obligations keep on accruing. And he then stopped paying the $400 a week. And so now we're about in my calculation, $2,000 behind on the child support or the temporary support, which I guess we'll have to file another contempt on that if he doesn't pay
Well, as long
it.
as this case continues to be pending, then these situations are going to continue to arise. The best thing that can be done for these folks is to finalize their divorce. That may not result in either of them being in. What they have to realize is that they're wanting to get a divorce. Both of them, I think, want a divorce.
They were already divorced, Judge, technically.
Well, if you'll
By
let me
you.
finish.
I'm sorry.
And so by getting a divorce, they are basically going to create a situation where they can no longer maintain the type of lifestyle that they had. These over $1,000 a month car payments are intolerable for someone who's going to be going through a divorce or is going through a divorce. So all we have left to do is to determine what are the respective obligations. I understand fully that your client takes the position that Mr. Strickland had a substantial income and then voluntarily surrendered that income in order to mitigate his obligations in this divorce. That's been made very clear. I am also cognizant of the fact that Mr. Strickland has testified in the past that the reason he had to give up his business that supported this lifestyle they had was because of her interfering with his, somehow interfering with his advertisement, and that his advertisement for his business was part of the reason. Well, now we've ended up having to sell most of these things. I cannot force someone to work at a job that, or run a business if they will not do that, but I can hold them accountable. So what my suggestion is, let's set a final hearing date in this case and set it as quickly as we can and get these matters resolved. If we have to have a final hearing, I'm going to assume it will be a day-long matter,
Yes, Judge.
more than likely. You don't have an open day, do you? Let me step off the bench and get my calendar. I left it on my desk in the office, and I'll come back and we'll see if we can find you a date. Hold on.
All rise. Court is back in session.
What do you, let me run through. Should we have August the 1st, which we've given out to somebody? We have August the 8th, is that correct? What's the first non-huge day that you have? I don't want to put it off that long. Mr. Sanders, what do you have on the 16th of August?
I'm available, Judge.
Your Honor, that'll be all I have as well. I can't imagine that we've come up with a date.
Well, the date I had set aside to try to get a dental appointment, but I'm on call, so we'll see if that works. Strickland versus Strickland, the final hearing will be on the 16th day of August.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we would like to make an announcement in other case.
I'm sorry, what?
We would like to make an announcement on the other case, Austin v.
Which are the? All right, we're back on Strickland then, and as I indicated, if we're going to have a hearing at all, I think Mr. Strickland's entitled to have a hearing on his motion. So we will take your motion up first. You can call your first witness. Well, we'll give you that opportunity. Let's go ahead then and take up the next case in order.
Your Honor, I'm happy to report that we have resolved all issues presently in dispute. So this would be the final.
This calls for a celebration, in my opinion. So I think a lot of your lawyers, and I certainly don't have anything against you all, But if I don't have to see you in this court again, it's because your case has been one that's been very complicated and very ongoing for a long time, and I know you're ready to get it behind you. So I congratulate you that you've been able, through your lawyers, to work out a resolution. So let's hear what that agreement
I
is.
will-
What I'm going to do, just so you understand, is we're going to let you announce that agreement, and then I'm going to place you under oath and have you both affirm it so that it becomes an order as of today, okay? All right, Mr. Sanders?
Your Honor, of course, the parties are already divorced. But the agreement is that Ms. Collins is presently holding in the Clerk and Master's Fund $98,634.29. From that fund, Ms. Coffenberry will be paid for her services as guardian ad litem. We don't know what those are, but she will be paid off the top of that. With what is left, Mr. Strickland will receive $22,000, and Ms. Strickland will receive the remainder of what is left. Mr. Strickland will assume the remaining debt that is in the name of the LLC and any debts that are in his name. What does that say? Okay. Each party will be responsible for the debt associated with their respective automobile, to keep those payments timely, to hold harmless the other from any liability thereon. The father is going to, Mr. Strickland is going to pay child support to Ms. Strickland, and we've agreed to the amount of $1,500 per month. And to the extent that he can do this, he's going to set that up on an automatic debit from his account to her account. Okay. And we'll submit proof that that's been taken care of within 30 days. Ms. Strickland she drives the Yukon, and she'll be responsible for the payment on that. Child support, let's see, the taxes, the parties are going to file joint taxes for the year 2023. Mr. Strickland would be responsible for those, for any taxes owed. The parties will alternate claiming the 3 children on taxes, with Ms. Strickland claiming them in 2024, Mr. Strickland in 2025, and so on. We'll be entering a parenting plan whereby there's a visitation schedule that's already been put down in a temporary order. That visitation schedule will remain the same. It's an every other weekend with some few caveats, but they'll alternate the holidays. The summer schedule will be day-to-day, except that Mr. Strickland will get one full week in the month of June, and he'll provide 30 days' notice to Ms. Strickland of the week that he intends to exercise his 1-week visitation. In the event either parent cancels visitation or requires child care for the children during their respective parenting times, then that child care expense will be the responsibility of the party who is supposed to be exercising the parenting time. And if Mr. Strickland, if Ms. Strickland incurs child care during Mr. Strickland's residential time for any reason, then she would provide a receipt to him, and he would reimburse her within 30 days, and vice versa. The parties will communicate by email only and about the children, and the parties have agreed that they will respond to one another in a timely fashion. As is already in the temporary order, neither party will use any drugs, alcohol, CBD products in front of the minor children, nor will they allow any third parties to do that. And each party will retain the personal property that they currently have in their possession, and the parties affirm that distribution is
What about this
equitable.
truck that Mrs. Strickland said was a family heirloom truck? Has she got?
Yeah,
I'm not asking, I'm
you've
just,
got one.
is that being dealt with?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
She has that. You have a car too.
I have no problem with this. It's program. It's not, it didn't get $80,000. I don't care. It's not an issue.
All right.
But the parties will keep what they have, and I believe that's the full agreement today. That resolves all issues, and We'll submit an order. Ms. Collins can just issue those checks.
Anything else, Mr. Hendrickson?
No, Judge.
Ms. Strickland, you've been placed under oath, I think, and do you understand what's been announced as the agreement? And do you agree with those terms, and do you understand that's going to become an order effective today? Let's have them placed under oath just to make sure. Raise your right hand. Now, Strickland, do you understand what's been announced as the final agreement in your case? And do you understand that's going to become a binding agreement as of today, because I'm going to approve what you all have worked out? Mr. Strickland, did you understand what's been announced by your lawyer as the agreement? And that ends this case and will be a final agreement that's going to be approved by me and will be effective as of today. All right, then both of you having affirmed it on the record, I will approve that agreement. Who did you say is drawing the order?
We
Ms.
didn't say.
Hendrickson? All right.
And I will add one other thing, Your Honor. There were remaining issues in the case that we've settled pursuant to this agreement involving an issue about some child support that Mr. Strickland may or may not owe, and a car payment. And we have taken that into account with that monetary distribution. We've offset accordingly.
Disproportionate division of the assets is in favor of
Yes.
Mrs. Strickland, and that offsets anything regarding it. All right.
So
Just put
everybody's
that-
even today.
Put that language in your order.
Yes.
If you will, the disproportionate division of property and assets in favor of Ms. Strickland offsets any claims she has for back support. So,
Yes, yes.
all right. Thank you. I'm glad you were able to work it out. Good luck to
Thank you,
both
Your
of you.
Thank you, Judge.